I think so. Mm. can hear.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh my God.
Okay, I have no idea what's going on, guys. I'm sitting here like I can hear it, but I don't understand why you all can't hear it. I hope you all are watching it at home at least. Oh my God. Well, at least we're here watching it together. I don't know. I don't understand why the sound is not on because everything is working fine. So I don't know. Maybe I had to be approved for this, but whatever. W1 just hit me and said it was a copyright. So we're here together watching it. I hope you're watching it at home, and then we can have a discussion when this is over. At this point, Samaya, I'm thinking that, we should just be voting for party the same way the Republicans do. They vote for party. They never asked Mitch McConnell to step down. They're not asking Donald Trump to step down, even after all this stuff has come out about Donald Trump and Epstein Island. Okay. I think he's gonna step down, Samaya.
or turn the video. There's Okay, so
Mm. Can y'all hear me? How are y'all feeling about this? Yeah, because it's a copyright. It won't it cut me off the sound. So I hope you're watching it on television. We're just here listening at home and we're discussing it in the chat. But once this is over, I'll go live and I'll continue to live and we can talk about it. You're welcome. You feel good about it, Samaya? I'm glad to see you here. Hello, Corlita. It's good to see you here.
What uh,
Thank God. Corlita, don't be so mean. Yes. 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 Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Ask Trump for his competency test. Exactly. Woo. Please let the man walk off. Let him go. Walk off. Walk off. Walk off, Joe. Sit your ass down. Walk off. Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. I will vote for dementia over total crazy. Me too, Corlita. Corlita, are you gonna be here when I come back? I'm coming back in 3 minutes, guys. We're gonna sit up here. We're gonna have this discussion. Sorry about the sound. Is the sound on now? Yeah. Where? Okay. Drop the screen. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. We can talk about this. Normally, I go live on Sundays. I will be live on Sunday talking about Project 2025, going over it again. I'll go over it until the election day. So I'm going to put my timer up in 3 minutes. We'll be here. We're going to discuss this conference that was just here. So I hope to see you guys here. Okay. All right, let me get to my banner. Okay. Hello, everybody. So I got need some light. Need some light. Ooh, Lord Jesus. There we go. Like my t-shirt. No beef sector. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm glad he didn't, he messed up a little bit, but he's 81 years old. Let's remember that. I have a hard time remembering names, and I'm 53. All that said, I think he did fairly well. Um we understood what his position is, coming in as a candidate. That's important. He's not going around speaking like Donald Trump, right? Saying crazy things as Trump does. I'm going to drop a link, and I'm going to ask, I want you all someone to come up and tell me, give me your side, and what are you thinking what is your position in it? Do you think he should step down? At one moment, I thought I think what he's doing when he talks about Kamala is part of me felt like he was going to eventually step away. I think I almost believe that's part of what he's going to do. Although he said that he's not, but I don't know. I kind of feel like he is. I think he's setting Kamala up. So to be the next candidate. Anyway, I'm going to drop this link. If anyone wants to come up, you're more than welcome to, and give your stance on it. My nerves are bad. My anxiety is kind of high right now because I didn't want him to mess up. And I'm going to vote for him regardless. If he is the candidate, I'm going to stand by the Democratic candidate, because I know how Project 2025 is. I know what it's about. I've been reading it. I talked about the white Christian nationalists 2 years ago. I uploaded the video again so you all can see it. And the white Christian nationalists are part of this, the Project 2025 agenda. Like I said, we'll talk about the Project 2025 agenda because I'm trying to go through the 900 pages with you all so you'll have an understanding of what it is. D.L. Hughley said today that we know that George Clooney has come out and made a statement saying that Joe Biden should step down because of his cognitive skills, and he's not like the Joe Biden in 2016, or I'm sorry, 2020, or even as when he was vice president. Of course, he's not, because he's aging. One thing that I like that Biden said, see, my memory is off. See that? I'm 53. One thing that I like that Joe Biden did say is that with age comes wisdom. And you have to respect that. And for me, I respect that more so. But with age comes wisdom with some people, not Donald Trump. Okay. Wisdom, he's not even gaining any wisdom or anything like that. But for me, I was glad that he said that, because I respect my elders. Here's the deal. Biden has been in office for 50 years. He has served this country in the Senate, as vice president, and now as president. This man knows politics. This man knows how to sit down, have a conversation with foreign dignitaries. He understands that. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Donald Trump is saying he's going to put a 10% tax tariff on China, which is going to raise the taxes for American people. He's not telling you that, though, right? One thing about Joe Biden is, even though he's old, mean, he's 81. We're not, he's full of wisdom. He can still say that, dictate what he means. He's good at having a conversation and with people, because people like Joe Biden. So I'm going to vote for Joe Biden because I'm voting against Project 2025. And, like D.L. Hughley said today, Project 2025, and I said this last week, it's going to affect Black people more than anybody. It's going to affect people of color more than anyone else. That is a fact. So you can go read it. If you need to see it to believe it, it is there for you to see. Okay. It is type in Project 2025. You can find it. Corlita said, great gas of foreign policy. Yes, absolutely. You can hit me up on IG in my DMs, and I will send you the link to Project 2025, where I have all the original documents. Because on the website of the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, they want you to sign in and do all this kind of stuff because they want to, vet the people. That's what they want to do. Taurus says, at this point, only one who could possibly carry the ticket successfully is Rep. Jasmine Crockett, and she hasn't expressed any interest in it. I think she's too young. And I think Taurus, she's feisty. She's, but I just think that she's just too young. And I don't think that people would really get behind her. Black people probably get behind her. But I don't think when you're doing this, it's going to have to be a vast majority of people. So just because she had, her moment with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't think people would just look like, who is she? What is she doing? But I think she's super smart. Yeah, in the future, absolutely. But as for right now, I don't think so. That's just my opinion. I'm knocking over my microphone. Hold on. So that's just my opinion. When I'm doing my videos, I always have my microphone set up high for audio reasons. But I like Jasmine Crockett too. I believe that Kamala is a good person. I think that if Kamala was running for president, I'll vote for her, hands down. But she's not. She's VP. And I say that I believe Joe Biden is setting her up. Hey, Keyshawn. I believe that Joe Biden is setting her up because I don't know. I think he's going to step down. If he wins the presidency, I think he's going to step down, and then you're going to get your first female Black president. I believe that with everything in me, because I know that he knows that he's declining. Because we can sit here and act like he's not. You can clearly see it, that he's declining. He's not what he was 4 years ago. He's not. It's obvious. But that's okay. I'm not what I was 4 years ago. I hope that no one here, has grown in some sort of way. I dropped a link. Grown, gained some type of wisdom in the last 4 years of some sort. So I do believe that, but he knows that mentally he's not all the way there. I can tell. That's why my anxiety is high right now. It's high. Nerves are bad. But you are not president. I'm not president. I'm not. I'm just saying to you that as you get older, you decline in some sort of capacity. It's just a fact. So I say that because I'm 53 years old. My memory is not as good as it was when I was 30 years old. Just saying. I have a hard time remembering people's names. And well, because I'm going through the pause as well. So I'll put that there. Anybody want to come up, have a discussion? Tell me what you think about Joe Biden and should he stay? Should he down? W1 is here. Hello, W1. How are you today?
Good evening. Why are your nerves shot? I don't understand.
Well, because I'm nervous for Joe Biden, I guess.
Why is that?
Well, because I know how much heat and flack he's been getting.
Oh,
And he mistaken said that Trump was his VP,
hmm.
and Trump is using that right now. That's what the press was saying.
That's not surprising.
No, but my nerves are bad because I want him to do good, and I want people to uh, get out and vote. BB.
Right.
This third party hot mess that's going on with the man with the worm in his head. I don't have time for that. I really
Oh,
don't.
I don't think
And
America.
huh?
I don't think America's ready for a third candidate as yet.
No, I don't think so either. So what did you think about it? His responses.
I think his responses were good. He did clarify a few things for me as far as his foreign policy stance. Joe's only averaging like 10 press conferences per year compared to the other presidents. I think uh, Trump was averaging like 22. Obama averaged like 37 a year. Um, by the way, there was 305 days where I think 2021 or 2019, 2020 that Trump did not even hold a press conference. But anyway, it averages out for like 22 for him. So just seeing Joe speak and to clarify a few things for me, that was good. I was kind of annoyed that every secondary question by the press was about his ability to be cognitive based on one debate and many news stories over the last 2, 3 weeks. So, um, but it's not surprising. So I was trying to read through the noise just to listen to exactly the policies instead of the fluff around his stuttering and his um, I don't know, his limping, whatever the hot topic is this week. But it was good and clear to me. I understood exactly where he stands. I disagree with a few things, but I know United States involvement in Israel and Ukraine is kind of strategic, um, globally strategic. So, but it was good. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't. I didn't think it was bad. I think he did well. Um, Actually, Samaya had made a point about where she lives at. Their concern is Gaza, and so a lot of people are saying they're not going to vote if he doesn't do anything, if he doesn't handle the Israel Gaza situation. So,
Well, a no vote is a vote for the Republicans.
mm-hmm.
In that instance, we saw that play out 2 elections ago, where people didn't want to vote for Hillary Clinton, and the Republicans galvanized each other and actually got the man in office that they wanted. So everyone has a choice,
Right.
uh, but in this upcoming election, I think the Republicans are galvanized. They're putting someone up there that most of them don't want, but they're doing it anyway. They're a united front, and I think they're more united than the Democrats. So if you're on the fence or if you're a Democrat and you're not voting, that's a vote for the Republicans.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so angry with the Democrats right now. I don't know what to do with myself. And this is why I wanted him to do well. I really did. Keyshawn said, "You're giving Joe too much credit, in my opinion, Sonny. Joe wants to stay in power as long as possible. However, his health, mental included, will decline within 18 months, and Harris will be president." That's what I think too. I believe he's going to step down once he becomes president. I definitely believe he will step down, and I think this is why he was uh, boosting Kamala up, right? And I said that a little bit. So, but I'm mad at the Democrats. It's like, stand by your people. Stand by who you elected. No one ran against him. Stand by this man. We have to deal with Project 2025. Like I said, look, Project 2025 is it's a serious situation, okay? And it's very important that you get out and vote, especially a person of color, because Project 2025 is going to affect people of color more than anyone else. That is a fact. I cannot say it more. Your civil rights are in danger if Trump becomes president. Corlita said, all I need is for Joe to win February 2025. He can step. That's all we want. I'm with you. I need him to win. I need the Democrats to stand by the candidate that they chose because they didn't choose anyone to run against him. So they thought he was the man, then he needs to be the man. You know, there's a lot of opinions going around basically saying that they want him to step down because they could see the decline. And they definitely don't want Kamala running. They don't want her there. So, and that's on both sides. That's on both sides. And I can see that because they're not ready for a female president. These old men that's in office right now, because there's a lot of old ones too. So if he steps down, I think they all need to go. Mitch McConnell needs to go. Trump needs to go. They all need to go. And then maybe, just maybe, BB said, I don't know, there should be an age cap at it. Yeah, there should be an age cap running for president. And it may be when the next 4 years is over, they'll cap that age about 70 for everybody that's in office. All of them, all the old heads need to step down because we're going to keep going in this vicious cycle, and nothing is really going to progress for the younger generation, right? Unless they step in and take over. But that's not for you to sit in office till you're 90 years old. That's my opinion. So I kind of agree with BB. I don't agree with BB all the time, but I agree with the age cap.
I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
Number one, I'm shocked over the last 3 weeks where I just want to know where they were handing out all these medical degrees to everyone across the internet who became instant medical doctors and neurologists based on what they see in Biden. I'm not a doctor. I can't speak to cognitive decline. I have a lot of older people in the family. I have friends that are older, way older than me. And that's how they walk. That's how they speak sometimes. So who am I to say if he's declining or not? I see this man on TV 5 minutes, 10 minutes at a time, every other day. I can't make a decision based on that sample size. And I think people are running with the fact that he must be in some sort of major cognitive decline based on an hour-long debate. To each his own. I'm not a doctor. Um, what I do know is Joe Biden retired a long time ago from politics. And if it wasn't for President Trump being elected, they had to beg him to come out of retirement because he was the only one that the Democrats had that was strong enough, willing enough, and ready to debate this guy. And actually brave enough because he came back. You want to go one-on-one? You want to say sharp stuff? I'm there. And they had to get him out of retirement. Remember, he didn't want to be president after the 2 terms of Obama. He retired.
Right.
And 4 years later, they had to go knocking on his door to run. He won. And he went toe-to-toe with him again in that debate. I think he beat him. But based on, what people saw of him just forgetting a few things and stammering, oh, he's in this cognitive decline. So now when you see him at his first major press conference, that's the only thing you're concentrating on. That's the only thing you're any slip up, it goes on Twitter and then it goes and it's reshared and republished. People are not listening to the points that he's making regarding foreign policy and also the things that he's done over the last 3.5 years.
Right.
Um, and I think that's the situation where we are again because he has to run again because the Democrats don't have someone that's strong enough, sharp enough to go head to head with Trump again. So we have to pull the Biden ticket.
Right.
So we need to put things in perspective and throw away these medical degrees that were handed out at some college that I may not know of.
Maybe it's Trump College.
I think I want one because I think with a degree like that, salaries may increase. Man,
I
that's
mean, you're right. None of us are doctors. But you know, you can tell. I mean, it's not like, okay. He's old.
yeah.
He's old, and with age comes wisdom, but also with age comes decline. So I mean, your memory does get bad as the older you get. But I mean, I'm saying at 81, I probably won't remember anything at all. I'm like, who are you? What are you in here for? You know,
Well,
why are
we
you touching me? Who is this old man? I'm talking about you.
we saw a clip earlier this today of Maxine Waters, right? She's what 86,
Right,
sharp as a tack.
right.
We had a Supreme Court judge who was super sharp as a tack. She passed away at the age of 92, I believe.
Yeah. You talking
So
about
there is no like cutting off point of someone's age that would correlate to their mental decline. Heck, I know 30-year-olds that are not sharp, um, and they're in mental decline.
right.
So,
It's a lot of young people with mental decline.
you know,
Yes.
I gave a lot of credit to the Cato Foundation,
Mm-hmm.
AI, Heritage, to putting out the narrative Joe Biden is old because they had nothing for Trump to run on. So they put this stuff out 4 years ago, and
Yeah.
it just spread like wildfire. I think they did a really good job of, and I'll use the word poisoning the minds of many Americans across this nation
Right.
to just concentrate on the fact that, oh, maybe he is old. That means he may be no good. So any little tiny thing, misstep or anything like that that he does, it blows up the internet. And that's a shame because there's so many important things that's happening across the country right now that we need to be paying attention to, including judges taking trips to Russia,
Who took a
Supreme
trip
Court
to Russia?
judges taking trips to Russia, um, and ex-presidents' dossiers coming out for rape. I don't know if I can say the R
You
word.
can't say the R word, but
R
sexual
word.
assault. You can say that. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. The R word. All that stuff is happening. But what's the headlines today, yesterday, the day before? Did Trump stutter? I mean, did Biden stutter today?
Right. Did
So
Biden stutter today?
anyway,
Exactly. Did Biden stutter today? Did he remember today? Oh, he messed up. The debate was 2 weeks ago. I don't want to keep talking about Joe Biden and his mishaps during the debate. Like I said during the debate while we were watching it, I said he's being tripped up because this man is over here lying. Trump is lying so much that it's just throwing him off his game,
yes,
throwing him off. Because I was
yes,
like, he just sitting there like, what are you talking about? Like you are
yes.
lying. And I think that he got so emotionally
Flustered.
flustered by it. That was the plan, though. They knew what they were doing. And, you saw how passionate he got. I know you couldn't hear it because you said it was a copyright thing. That's why they turned it off.
Yeah,
But um, he was talking about violence and gun violence that was happening. He got so angry about it because you should get angry about those things. Donald Trump doesn't care one way or another. If you get a gun in a child's hand, it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care. Trump cares about no one. His sister has said it. His niece, the Mary Trump, I think that's her name. She has said it. He doesn't care about anyone, because W1 told me to stop saying anybody, say anyone. Okay. Corlita said term limits for Supreme Court judges. Totally. Absolutely. I think it should be term limits across the board with anyone in office. Governors, senators, judges, anyone that has any type of control over the people that they govern, they need to have term limits. No one's asking for a Mitch McConnell to step down. And we've seen him freeze up twice. Well, I've only seen him twice. Maybe someone else has seen him freeze up several more times, but I've only seen it twice, where he stands there and someone asks him a question and he's just frozen in time, you know? And so it's like, nobody asked him to step down. No one asked him to step down. No one has asked Donald Trump to step down. You know who asked, telling him he needs to step down? Democrats are saying he needs to step down. He shouldn't even be running for office. This man is a felon. Just like you said, W1, he's a felon. He's a sexual assaulter. He's an adulterer. You cannot be a conservative person in no way in HE double hockey sticks. Can you be a conservative person and vote for Donald Trump? It doesn't make sense whatsoever. The man is the Antichrist. Period. He's the Antichrist, and I'll keep saying it. Anything else? Trump just wants yes people around him, his way of thinking and his control, or goodbye. Yeah, but once he implements Project 2025, and by the way, it has come out that the Heritage Foundation, while Trump is going around saying that he doesn't know anyone from the Heritage Foundation. He doesn't know these guys. He doesn't know anything about Project 2025. Well, I'm going to show a video where he knows all about Project 2025. And his vice president, when he was in office, who's not supporting him, by the way, that's what we should be talking about. Pence states that Heritage Foundation helped in that administration. I told y'all. I'm always going to come with facts because I do a lot of digging. We do digging around here. We find stuff around here. And when I come to you and I tell you, this is it, I'm giving you facts. I'm not giving you my opinion. I only give you the facts straight out, and then I give you my opinion. Okay. And the Heritage Foundation had their hands in the Trump presidency when he was in office. Okay. Now let's talk about that. Yeah. And we're going to talk about that come Sunday. But I'm telling you, so now, we want Trump back. Why do these conservative, Christian, white nationalists want a Trump in office? Because they want to implement, because they know that he's popular. And they know that they can control him. They can convince him to do as they want him to do and how they want to run the country. Trump just wants the power. Trump just wants to be able to sit up on his high horse chair and look low. That's what he wants. And everything else, he's going to allow people to give him the information and he'll come out and say it. Kind of like Reagan did. Right? So when we talk about Reagan, what I always bring up about Reagan is the crack epidemic and how it affected people of colors, mostly Black people's communities and households, and ruined families. So, and the Heritage Foundation had their hands in the Reagan administration as well. So you can expect the Heritage Foundation with their little grimy hands in Trump's presidency administration. And it's going to affect us, people of color, more than anybody. We don't want that. So your best bet is to put down Biden when you go in there, because that's what you don't have to like him. We know that he's old. We get it. But you are voting against Project 2025. 4 years is not a very long time to have to deal with an old man who stutters, who is trying to do right by the American people. That's not a long time, 4 years.
Right.
But it's a long time, 4 years, if you have Project 2025. Okay. You think inflation has gone down, by the way. The stock market was up, by the way. More jobs have been implemented, by the way. More black people are working jobs, right? By the way.
Yeah, but
So go
how
ahead.
many times did Biden stutter?
Right, right. So Trump's administration is not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. It ain't gonna be good. It's gonna be hell on wheels for people of color. That's real. So whoever comes to you, our cousins, you know what I'm talking about, that doesn't know anything about Project 2025, you might want to enlighten them.
That's right. Or they can look up the Mandate for Leadership, which was created back in 1980 for Ronald Reagan.
Right.
That was Project 2025 1.0.
You talking about Manchurian candidate?
No, that was that when they first came up with their theories about welfare, social policy, healthcare, education, same
Hmm.
stuff we're hearing today in this Project 2025.
Yep.
They had Project 1980, but it was called the Mandate for Leadership. I would
Okay.
urge the listeners to Google tonight, if you have some time, just Google Mandate for Leadership, Heritage Foundation. You'll see the same thing that was preached back in the 80s that Ronald Reagan implemented. That's the same thing, the conservative agenda that's being preached today.
Hmm. And you know, them speaking about, because I think we talked about it
Mhm.
the first one when we did our Project 2025 stuff in part one
Yep.
or page one. It said something about um, and I could be wrong, but they talked about the education part. Can
Uh-huh.
you remind me of that? Where they want to get rid of that.
They do, but they calling it advocating for increased parental choice, which means having the parents play a larger role in the accountability in education.
Mhm.
So we won't need the Department of Education that
Right,
much to a point where we may not need it at all. Invariably, we know who that affects the most.
right. So, right. So they're trying to get rid of the Department of Education, and we might need. They're trying to dwindle it down.
Right.
And what that does is it. So you know how you have inner city schools and stuff like that, and so what their whole plan is to get rid of um, better education for children that
Correct.
may be disenfranchised or go to schools, inner city schools,
Yep.
and the kids that will be getting the better education will be probably more private school
Correct.
children or children that live in better neighborhoods.
Correct.
So they want segregation. That's just as plain.
Yeah, they're setting it back to maybe
Right,
50 years ago. Same thing with healthcare,
right,
reducing government involvement and promoting free market solutions. Get rid of Obamacare. Blah blah blah. We've heard it before.
mm-hmm.
Of the Heritage Foundation 2025, and it's also one of the 8 points of the Mandate for Leadership. You got to study these folks and their plans very carefully if you want to talk about it fluently. And it took Taraji P. Henson to say it on some BET Awards
Right,
for the thing to spread. Wow, we've been whispering about this for 2 years.
right,
I'm just amazed at that. It's
right.
like,
And now everybody's talking about it. You can go up and down
right,
YouTube and People are pulling it out like it's nothing, like Project 2025, and oh my God, and and you have people that someone said last week that you have some black people are saying, oh, it's not going to affect black people. It's going to affect black people more than anybody. And I said that, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand the need to vote for. Um, I don't understand the need to vote for this man. I just don't get it, especially if you're a person of color. I don't understand it. And like we said before, if you're voting for him because you want another stimmy check, that's not gonna happen. Okay. A stimmy check is not coming to anyone, especially if he get in office and they come in with the first 180 days and start white and taking people out, making killing jobs and implementing the people that they want in office with their MAGA people, vetting them and training them and whatever. Yeah, black people not gonna have jobs. And I was telling this to W1 the other day. I said, "Oh, child, this is gonna be rough. You're gonna get out there thinking that you went to school, got your higher education, you got a doctorate degree, and you're good to go. You got your bachelor's degree, you're good to go. Trump is in office. I guarantee you will not be getting a job. Those people will. Oh, I don't think you're qualified, and you can be more qualified than Susie Hampton. Okay, because Susie Hampton not gonna have to go to school. They just gonna hire Susie Hampton because she blonde hair and blue eye, or Fred Watson or whoever, because he's blonde hair and blue eye, because that's what they want to see. But Shaniqua down there, Shaniqua Johnson, Elroy Johnson, who then went off and got an education, super duper smart, went and got a bachelor's degree, got a doctorate, all that, get their master's and all that, coming to come and get a job, you're not qualified than Susie. I can't. No. So we're going all the way. They've already gotten rid of affirmative action. You can thank good old Uncle Thomas for that one. So the next thing is DEI. So now they're implanting these seeds that pilots can't fly planes. They just got their license because of DEI. Or Kamala Harris, the only reason she's VP is because of DEI. She's not really qualified. I had someone literally tell me in a comment that she was more qualified than Kamala Harris, more qualified than the vice president to be president. It was a white lady too. She wrote me this long little comment back because I asked her, I said, "Are you qualified to be VP?" She said, "Yes, I am." I couldn't respond to her because she blocked me from responding to her. So, but I was gonna go in on her, but she blocked me. But yeah, she's basically, and she's an artist. I'm an artist, but yeah, I don't have a speech impediment. I can hold a conversation. Basically, is what she was saying. I said, "Oh, okay," and I was responding, and when I went to send it, it wouldn't go through, so she blocked me. Yeah, I'll drop the link if anybody else want to come up before we leave. Sorry about the sound. I got hit. I mean, I could have played it on a different device and let you hear it, but then I probably would have got a strike. Corlita said Trump wants to stay out of jail. Yes, absolutely. He doesn't care about anything. He wants to stay out of prison. We should be talking about his the files that dropped, the Epstein files that dropped about him and his fornication with a 13-year-old that came out while he was on Epstein Island, why he didn't know Epstein. I wanted to read it, but W1 said you don't want to read it online because it's disgusting. That's how bad it is. And so I was like, "Are you serious?" I get serious. He didn't send it to me because I wanted him to send it to me. But maybe,
I'll send it to you. But it's old court documents that were tossed out the first trial, which was 2013, and it named Donald Trump um, and his friend in the lawsuit. And then the same person, Mary Doe, brought the lawsuit a couple years later. It was tossed out again.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the documents that I have. And then the third time it came up, it was embedded in the Epstein trial, which means it had some, if it comes back a third time, it had some validity to be in a trial, but it was buried twice. But it was named specifically Trump and Epstein and the things that they did to a few young ladies.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
But I thought so this is the second one because remember there was another one that came out and
Uh-huh.
basically his name wasn't on his name was on a fly list, but it claims that he wasn't on, like he didn't go to the island. So this one is basically telling you that he did go to the island.
He did. Plus, the other documents that came out were the receipts of the call logs
Mm.
between Epstein, his secretary, and Trump. Um, so that's kind of spits in the face of the fact that Trump said he never really knew the guy.
Right.
Well, you're calling him 3 or 4 times a week,
Mm.
and even more when you're in between marriages. So it's all there. The stuff is buried. They're probably going to release more documents with the Freedom of Information Act as the years pass along.
Mm-hmm.
But he wants all of that buried right now. He wants all court cases delayed right now. He wants nothing but bad talk about Biden
Biden, yeah.
right now. That's all he wants. And for the most part, a large part of the press corps is cooperating with it because that's all we're hearing. But we're not hearing about all these other things.
Um, now they're talking about Project 2025. I told you how I saw the news reporter.
Yeah.
She's focusing on that now. Well, before she was focusing on Joe Biden's stutter. See,
Oh, I know who you're talking
CNN,
about.
yeah. So CNN has to find a balance here,
They do.
since we know that they support Donald Trump. Just saying, and well, the owners support Donald Trump because they want
The
that
owner,
tax break.
correct.
But so now they're allowing them to go ahead and try to balance it out because now, what's the other black lady on MSNBC
Oh, I forgot her name.
that I watch all the time? But she's also talking about uh, uh, Trump more so than she is Joe Biden now. So they kind of, but Anderson is talking about Biden, and but I don't want to hear another thing about Joe Biden, and he's not capable of being president. He sounded fine to me. He just sounded like an old man just trying to figure. And I think too that he was out there just like, I have to really be cognizant of what I'm saying,
Right.
because they're going to take whatever I say. Joy Reid, thank you. They're going to take whatever I say and they're going to run with it. Just
Yep.
like they were just pointing at me. I was like, just leave. Don't answer any questions, because they just, why are you doing that to that man? Answer the question. Answer the question. Why are y'all doing that? Knowing you just couldn't get up and walk off. No, you had to keep yelling at him, knowing that you're the ones that's going around spreading the fact that he's, can't think straight. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't. That's why my nerves were just bad. I was like, just walk away, Joe. Just walk off the stage, Joe. Just walk off the stage. And he started laughing like, what are y'all doing? But I'm here for it. I'm here for another 4 years. I hope that you all are too, here to vote for Joe Biden. You are voting against Project 2024. Remember that when you go
25.
I'm sorry, Project 2025. See? You see that? So
Wait, let me go on Twitter and put it that you stuttered. Hang on.
So hopefully you will get to the booth. And I hope that you go to the booth. And I hope to God you don't think that Kennedy, the guy that likes to eat dogs, barbecue
Hey,
dogs, and have a
that
worm,
was
that
that
ain't
was
not. Mm-mm, mm-mm. and you had a worm. You had a worm in your brain. What else did he do that was weird? Oh, he had a sexual assault situation too. Okay, I read about that, and he was like, "Well, I was a young man then, you know. So I don't need another. I don't need another Donald Trump in office, but a Kennedy in office with a Donald Trump attitude. I don't want that. That's all I'm saying. So like I said, I hope that you all get out and vote. Don't sit on the couch because it's very important. And for all of you that are here, I hope you get out and spread the word about Project 2025 because I think that is more important. I think that when you give people, the knowledge of what it is and have discussions about what it is, I think that will change people's minds. And when people say, well, it's not real, well, it's real. It's on the Heritage Foundation's website. That's all you have to say, really. It's a real document. Trump knows about it. If you come across people, especially those that live in Florida, if you come across people that said that Trump doesn't know anything about this, he doesn't agree with these people, that's a lie. I will drop the video. CNN did a video. I actually was on my community tab. Show them that video. Trump loves the Heritage Foundation. He told them when he was doing a fundraiser, he was fundraising for the Heritage Foundation. He said, there's a lot of millionaires in here. Please donate. I know you all have money. Please donate to the Heritage Foundation. So Donald Trump is a liar. Donald Trump is a liar. He's full of it. We don't want a president that has 34 felonies and is a sexual assaulter or an adulterer. We don't want that. I want nothing to do with a person like that sitting in the White House. So if anyone is laughing at America, they are laughing at America because 70 million people want a person like Donald Trump in office as the president of the United States. It's a contradiction to America and all the wars that we have fought to bring democracy into other countries. If he becomes president, that's a laughing stock. We should be the laughing stock, for real. You think about that at the booth, that we fought wars to bring democracy into other countries, and yet we're putting a president who's not about democracy in office. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Then we will become the hypocrites, and then we will lose. How can anyone believe what Trump says? Why can't they see him for what he is? They can't. It's like the Pied Piper. We talked about this last night. Well, I talked to my aunt last night. We talked about this. I said, he's like the Pied Piper. People, and I always say this, people are angry because you had a black man as president. And so when you build up that type of anger in a people that feel as though, how is this possible? What is America coming to? I can't get a job. Gas prices are high because you got to put it in their minds that they're not living in the greatest country in the world. Right. So when you start instilling those type of beliefs in people, you make them angry. Well, people were already angry when when Obama won. You put a man in office with a Muslim name, and all this time you have, Iraq going on. How are you going to put a black man in office with a Muslim name? Not just any Muslim name, by the way. So when that happens, you have angry people, and they feed off of that anger. So now you have Donald Trump coming in, feeding off of that anger. I think they know and don't care. Retaliation of a black POTUS and a cognitive dissonance of a heck of a combination. Is that how you say that word? I don't know. I'm having a hot flash.
Yes.
Okay. Why you think it is? I almost called you Donald Trump. Why you think that is W1? Right. Hussein.
I don't know. I wish I had an answer to that one.
Ooh, chat. I'm having a hot flash and my fan stopped working because it ran out of batteries. Yeah, so when you have a black man in office who, hey, how you doing, Stacey? You okay? We didn't have any sound the first, what was it, like an hour? I'm gonna have to edit that out anyway. But when you put a man like that into office, with a black man in office with a name such as Hussein, that's an issue for people. And so they ran on that. And then you had Donald Trump, not only Donald Trump, but Hillary Clinton as well. Her campaign people brought up the fact that the birthday issue, right? So that was a problem. Oh, he's not from here when he was born in Hawaii. Like, it's a whole lot of brainwashing, drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't know, just easy people to manipulate. It's part of the anger. They're angry, but most of those people are living off of basically, they were mad about the health care, right? So when you were working a job and if you didn't have health care, you got fined. So a lot of people were angry about that. The health care is too high, and it's a whole lot of stuff. You know more about the health care situation, W1, than I do. You want to elaborate on that?
On healthcare?
Healthcare when Obama was in office and why people are so angry.
Well, I mean, he was responsible for one of the biggest healthcare changes in America, which is alive and well, although it was suppressed by President Trump for 4 years. The Affordable Health Care Act has changed the healthcare paradigm. It has made millions of people have the ability to get health coverage. And today you can actually go and sign up for healthcare that may or may not be cheaper than the healthcare that's offered by your own employer. Um, it's interesting. There's things out of that act that most people don't know. There's these fundamental things called accountable healthcare organizations, or ACOs, and these were experimental healthcare groups of doctors and patients that got together to find a new way to see how doctors are compensated based on how well they treat the patient. And these ACOs still exist today. There's a government entity called CMS that's responsible for looking at these ACOs to see how well they're doing, or how well they're not doing. But if everything goes okay, doctors may be paid based on how well they treat the patient. So if you get better, quicker, and faster, and longer, the doctor may be able to make more money. All of that stuff came out of the Affordable Health Care Act. But we only hear about how costly it is or how Trump tried to suppress it. There's so many layers to that. But yeah, that was one of his signature bills that he passed when he was president for 8 years. We do a whole show on that.
We could. And let me also say that the polls are now back even Steven. Okay, at first Trump was up and now it's even. So they're running neck and neck here. Don't let nobody come to you and tell you, oh, well, Donald Trump is polled. The poll says that Donald Trump is beating Joe Biden. He's not. They're neck and neck. They're running neck and neck. And that's all due to Project 2025. I can almost promise you that it's all due to Project 2025. So I don't know who they're calling on to do these polls. I don't know if it's like just like a random thing that you may see that may pop up and you answer questions or whatever. I don't know how they do these polls. But right now, the last poll that I saw that was taken, actually a pollster, man who does polls. I heard him today speaking. He said, no, the polls are neck and neck. So uh, there's no difference really, even after the debate and after the phone call that he had with Scarborough and yeah, or the Stephanopoulos. Is that how you say his name? Stephanopoulos.
George
I'm thinking about
Snuffleupagus.
stuff. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking
There's
about.
people Googling Snuffleupagus right now.
That's what I was thinking about. I think it's Stephanopoulos. But you have people that are saying they're voting for Joe Biden. Project 2025 has surpassed Taylor Swift and her boyfriend. She was the most
Trending.
researched, most Googled person, and now it is Project 2025 has surpassed
Oh
it. So
my
that
God.
means a lot.
Yeah.
Who people are looking at that and they are deciding that's not what I want. I don't want Project 2025. I don't care who is coming to you saying, you know, Joe Biden is losing. I've been on CNN site watching CNN. I go through comments. There are more people saying they're voting for Joe Biden. You could roll Joe Biden in. He could be slobbering at the mouth. They don't care if he's coming in a coma. They voting for Joe Biden. That's it. Because they're voting against Project 2025, and it's a lot of people. So,
just 2 weeks. Well, no, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, it was all about Roe-vember, and people be marching to the polls because of Roe versus Wade.
yeah, it's going to be a lot of that too.
So
So,
it's more than Project 2025. And by the way, there should be a poll asking people if they're ever been polled, because I think they just keep calling the 10 people in Arkansas somewhere all over and over
yeah,
again.
I've never been polled, and I've been voting since I was 18, so I've never been polled. Um, you said those black people that follow 45 will realize they are still black if 45 wins. Exactly. Well, they got to look at it right now. Who's his VP? Because Byron Donalds thought he was going to be his VP. That's the biggest panda. What they call them, pandas? Garbage pandas?
What?
Yeah. So you don't call anybody a raccoon anymore. You call them garbage pandas.
Oh.
I just found that out today. So, yeah. So he's the biggest garbage panda out there. He thought he was going to be, and it's nicer saying that anyway, but he thought he was going to be the VP pick because Trump said, yes, I'm going to put you on my short list for VP. So it was Brian Donalds and the one that looked like he came off of Fat Albert. Which one was that? What's his name? Out of South Carolina. That never had a girlfriend, never seen him with a girlfriend. He doesn't have a wife, and all of a sudden he's engaged and the girl is pregnant.
I forgot his name. He's out the running anyway.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, but he was in the running. You know, the goofy one with the big gums. I don't know his name. It kind of looks sleepy. I don't know his name. I forgot it. It's not important anyway. Not to me. But he's in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Tim Scott. Thank you,
Tim Scott.
Keyshawn knows everybody.
I know.
She knows all of them. Yeah. So Tim Scott. Yeah. So
I think Donald Trump should choose Joshua Kobaza for his vice president.
who is that?
He owns Burger King.
Okay, well, I won't be eating at Burger King.
I see he likes Burger King, so I think he should choose him as his vice president.
Yeah. Oh, the one that got Kentucky Fried Chicken. Looking like the character. Yes, girl, looking just like the character from Fat Albert. That's that's the only way I can remember his name because I'm thinking Fat Albert. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really have much more to say, to be honest with you. I'm voting for Joe Biden. This is what it is. He's going to be on the ticket. He just said, I'm going to be on the ticket. You're not stopping me. And like Stacey said, doesn't matter if he's drooling at the mouth. I'm voting for him. I'm voting for him. It's period. I'm voting against Project 2025. You know, Keyshawn, I hope that you vote Joe Biden. Did you say you was gonna vote Joe Biden last time? Or you want to talk about it? Stacy is here. Hey, Stacy.
I'm sorry. I told you I was trying to calm down. I'm sorry I'm late. How you doing, Sonny? How you doing, W1?
I'm good. We're good.
Good.
Mine's in the chat. Uh-uh. Louisiana lady, how you doing, boo? Keyshawn Torres here. Listen, I apologize. I'm late. There's
That's
some stuff going
okay.
on. I don't know what y'all covered, but let me just say, I know everybody is like wrapped up in like Joe Biden's speech impediments and like all his mishaps and everything, right? Um, is several other members of Congress, the Senate, whatever the House Republicans that are far more older than he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love that you had posted Mitch McConnell, Sonny, you
Oh.
know,
Mm-hmm.
while he was having he did have a neurological episode. And so
Right.
many people are failing to give our elders grace.
Right.
Okay. Um, I don't care what's going on today, and got a little beef. I told you before in recent weeks that I'm not happy with the whole Palestinian, Gaza, Israel war and everything like that. But um, Joe Biden reminded me of my father when he was
Okay.
alive. A lot of things, right? For me, just away from all the personal stuff. Let me just get to Project 25. I have a problem with and again I apologize, I don't know what y'all covered, but the federal employment, right? Trying to
Mm-hmm.
get rid of federal oversight, things like that. And then I read today somewhere that they was talking about getting rid of federal employees and replacing them with loyalists, Trump
Yes.
loyalists,
Yes.
right? Did y'all touch on that?
We were talking. I just showed the conference. That was it.
Okay. Well,
Because there was no sound, so this is why we're having the discussion right now.
okay.
But go ahead and talk about.
Well, one thing that I had that I saw in uh, I don't want to drop minimize my phone to show you to tell you the exact article, but I can in the comments after the live. One of the things that it was talking about was taking away gays from the federal workplace. All
Are
right.
you serious?
Yes, I am a member of the community, and I served, like I said, 20 years, and I would say the first 8, 9, nearly 10 years, it was don't ask, don't tell policy. They found
Right.
out you were gay, you were kicked out. Now, if
Right.
you look towards 2024, they're like, oh, well, we're going to offer a stipend for all those that were that got kicked out for that and C-19. We're going to pay them to come back if they're still willing to serve this country. Oh, go fuck yourself. Sorry. You know what I
That's
mean?
why I'm not
Um,
monetized.
oh, you're not monetized? I apologize. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
Um, I, but these are the things, everybody's looking at abortion as we absolutely should, right? But when we talked about last week and a week prior, that is really trying to take us back to the 1950s. They really are,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, to remove lesbians and gays and transgenders, whatever, from the government federal job. First of all, do you know how many people up in on Capitol Hill are over there banging out transgenders? Are out there over there cheating on their wives and husbands with gays?
Mm-hmm.
That's the real tea. So now they want to, these conservative hyper Christian, and I'm a Christian myself, right? Hyper
Mm-hmm.
Christians, we can even stop saying the Christian nationalists. It's not even that, it's white nationalism. It's
Right.
white nationalists, right? Every every single conservative, highly far right conservative view that they're coming up with, all these rules and regulations. is really damning their own. You know what
But
I'm
they've
saying?
always been like that, though, right?
They've always been hypocrites.
I
Always.
mean, I bring up what's the guy's name? He lives in South Carolina.
Tim Scott.
Lindsey Graham.
Oh, listen, he like him some little fruitcake too. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's been exposed.
Mm-hmm.
No, no, no offense.
No,
I'm
it
not.
has been exposed. Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
saw some
lesbian.
some things, right? But
He
I've
be
seen
tooted
some
and
things.
booted. Okay,
Yeah,
tooted
I've
and
seen some
booted.
things.
Yeah.
So read some stuff, and I was like, yeah, I could do this, but I don't
No,
know.
well, I'ma say it, Sonny. You ain't got to. I'm gay. I'm lesbian.
Hmm.
He's be over there tooted and booted, and probably got him a whole black man as a stallion, blowing his back out. Okay, but how dare you sit up here and go against Christian values? What? That's why he like to leave the country. Him and old boy, Tim. What's the other one in Texas?
Oh,
Cruz.
Ted Cruz, yeah.
Ted Cruz. Yeah. Okay. The other thing is, as far as human rights, um, they want to, for Project 25, use the military, specifically the National Guard, to round up immigrants, right, in this country. Doesn't matter what part of the process they're in. They're like, if you're an immigrant, you don't have your papers already solidified, they want to round them up to deny them protections of the state.
Hmm.
When I was stationed in Arizona back in 2015 through 20, I think I left in the middle of 2018. I was stationed in Yuma, Arizona. And right there on the border, we're right on the Mexican border, right next to the casino. Every single day, I watched two school buses with two porta potties trailered on the back. Every single morning, they would have those Mexicans come right across the border, and they would work the fields. There's a Dole plant right across from the air station, the Marine Corps Air Station in Yuma, Arizona. And they would have them out there 20 hours a day.
Hmm.
They depend on immigrants to do everything because Americans, let's be real, they're paying them next to nothing to work those fields.
Hmm.
So the Dole plant, nothing. What American is going to go out there and work $7, $8 an hour? None.
None.
For 20 hours a day, anywhere from 15 to 20 hours a day. So the hypocrisy that comes from these conservatives is astounding. You are going to sit up here and crap on the very immigrants that keep this farming community running is disgusting, right? And then the last part I just kind of read about was the climate change.
Hmm.
We all know that fossil fuels. I went out to the ocean. I'm always at the beach because I live near the ocean. The water was 86 degrees consistently sunny. That's not normal.
Right.
It was over 70 to 75 degrees in May.
Mm.
Normally it's still in the 60s
Hmm.
where I'm at on the Atlantic beach.
Well,
We Go ahead.
I believe in climate change.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Um, yeah, I mean, you have the North Pole or Antarctica melting away like it's nothing. So I don't know.
Nothing.
Like, I don't understand what they're thinking about.
We
Yeah.
got hit with two tornadoes in within a week time frame. That's not normal for us.
Right.
Last year we had hurricane earlier than normal. We are expecting a big blow where I'm at off the ocean
Uh-huh.
sometime this summer, right? Thank God my uh, home insurance company called me yesterday, and she said she told me about my stuff, like my coverage, everything. I said, "Hey, I need you to bump it up an extra $100,000 because stuff is already the back of my community. I live in a golf course community.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we've already been hit by 2 tornadoes, which is not common, right?
Mm.
And they were very disorganized, but it was caught on video because I'm like, well, why is this not getting reported on, right? Saw it come through twice in one week. It might have been like 8 or 10 days. All of our furniture was all the way at the halfway. Some was all the way at the opposite end of the block, and I have a big block now. Like that's not normal. And so
Right.
for me, climate change needs to be paid attention to because I live off the coast and we're having these hurricanes more frequently. And obviously, like where I live is below sea level. So, they've rebuilt quickly, but it's very traumatizing too, you know. And it's just disgusting. And I'm
Yeah.
sure Keyshawn, I don't know where she's at. Well, yep, she's from South Carolina.
Yeah.
It's the same way in South Carolina. So it's like these conservatives refuse to acknowledge, what's really happening. Trump refused to acknowledge fossil fuels and how it affects our climate, stuff like that. Texas just got mocked. They got slapped in the face. But all them conservatives that sat here and said, climate change, oh, it's fine out here, Stacey. It ain't gonna do shit. It's whatever. All y'all homes destroyed.
Yeah, but in
And it's a
Texas,
a category 1.
yeah, but in Texas, because I'm from Texas, so in Texas,
Yeah.
it rains like that in Houston. When it rains, a lot of times it's not even a hurricane.
I'm
And
not even talking about Houston. I
but
know
yeah,
how Houston
yeah.
is. My brother
So when
lived there.
Houston floods, and I was explaining this to
All
my
the
husband,
time.
it'll flood like that just on a
GP.
rainpour.
Tropical
So
storm and make it flood like that.
right,
That's the crazy part. I'm not even talking about Houston.
yeah,
The rest of Texas, literally, they houses smashed in. Sonny, a category 1 storm should not be doing that
right. I agree.
at all. That's literally a few miles per hour over a tropical storm. This is not normal.
I agree.
It's not normal. And where I live, well, Florence tore our behinds up. Our kids couldn't go to school for 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like our whole area, Wilmington, all the way Camp Lejeune, the whole coast of North Carolina was destroyed. 95 was covered for weeks.
Oh wow.
Okay, and we're below sea level. Y'all not. You know what I'm saying? A category 1 hurricane should not have torn up Texas the way that it did. Just true. That's just what it is.
Yeah,
you know so I'm tight about that, because now I gotta put out, and I'm already paying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of, my house is, a pretty penny, you know what I'm
right,
saying? So I'm like, well, shit, just in case, throw an extra 100, you know what I'm saying, for wind and hail, because this stuff is not normal. And it's just like the delusion that these folks are willing to hide behind, all so that a convict can get elected, is trash. All the while taking Social Security from our elders,
right.
you know. So that's all. I've been talking for a minute. That's
No,
all.
no, no. I could hear the frustration in your voice because I get just as frustrated, and and sometimes I don't come on here like I used to come on here and just go in, go hard in the paint, but because my frustration is more so with people knowing that you have a person like a Donald Trump running, because had that been Obama, girl, it wouldn't even be a quick what? He has a felony.
Never. Right.
Oh no, when did he get his felony? 50 years ago. Oh, no, 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 no.
Hang
It can't
him.
happen. It
Hang the
can't happen.
man.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's like it's a slap in your face. It's a slap in everybody's face. Every American. It's a slap in your face that the Republicans choose to stand behind that man. They
Yeah.
not no one's asking him to step down. And although they said, well, no, people have said that he doesn't deserve to be president. but they are not vocal about it the same way they are vocal about Joe Biden because he had a bad 90 minutes, or because he stutters and you can't understand him. The whole time that I'm watching him in his press conference, I had to literally remind myself, oh, he stutters. So this is why he's kind of talking like that.
Yeah, they get stuck.
Yeah, he has a stutter. So, I'm just, anxiety is all high. I'm just like, ooh, just don't say the wrong thing because I don't want them to keep going after this man. Because when you do that, what you're doing for the last 2 weeks, Democrats, is you're showing America that, well, then maybe he does have a problem. And okay, well, he is too old, and I don't want to vote for him because he's too old. So now we have to counteract that and say, well, we're voting against Project 2025 because that's the real issue here, and no one is saying anything about it. They're so focused on this old man. That's all they can talk about. He's an old man. He's an old man. And I'm like, when is somebody gonna step up and say, well, with age comes wisdom? And look what he's done so far. Like I said, the stock market was up today, high as it's ever been.
Yeah.
The inflation is going down. Jobs, there are more jobs to be reported. Again, it has gotten higher. Black people are working, because I can promise you, with everything within me, Black people ain't gonna be working if Project 2025 come out here. I have to remind people this is serious, because we understand, how much you want a stimmy check. There will be no stimmy checks this time. That is not happening.
Exactly.
That's not happening, because I can promise you this time, because C19, the girl is back, but it's not as bad as it was, probably because you got vaccinated. Okay, and some of y'all don't believe in vaccination. That's fine too. You do you just take care of yourself, because it's swirling around. It's just not as bad as it was before. So, and I say all of that because they're going to keep bringing up the fact that more people died under Joe Biden's administration with cousin 19 than under Trump. I don't care what you say, right? Trump is the cause, is the reasoning why we got cousin 19 in the first place.
Right.
Because he came in and he dismantled everything that Obama did.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the things he dismantled. And then he came to you in your face, wide open, on camera, telling you to drink Clorox.
That part. Yeah.
When he was debating Biden the first time, then you find out he over here sweating like the hog that he is, and then you find out that he's infected. And then he infected the people around him because he knew that he was contagious.
Mm-hmm.
That came out. He doesn't care. And then people sitting around amongst him, voting for him, got infected. Who's the black man that died? Herman McCain. Got infected with cousin 19 and died.
He did. One of the causes.
Right.
Okay. And who gave it to him? Because he was over there supporting Trump.
That's right.
Okay, now.
Did you see?
What it is,
they didn't give him the honors that, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, they didn't give him the honors that he should have gotten after that. But, I'm going to sip my spiked tea. This the other thing, Sonny. The issue I have that make me frustrated even more than everything that I listed was these black blogs, Neighborhood Talk, The Shade Room, that's out here highlighting, and I get it. Yeah. In essence, the news media has the whole foundational piece to news media. And I ain't talking about no hoe ass blogs. I'm talking about the news media. It's supposed to be the entire premise behind its existence was to hold the government accountable, political leaders accountable, law enforcement accountable, hospitals, whatever, big government, state, local government. That's not what they're doing. They're all, going extreme now. Not all, but there's a few left that are moderate, right? These black blogs, and which I shouldn't expect anything else, but that's what upset me tonight. Beyond reading about 2025, the project 2025, is that I think it was Neighborhood Talk on Instagram was sitting here. They're showing all the vulnerable moments of Biden, right? They don't do enough of Trump, so that means it's imbalanced. So that's why people are out here like, oh, they're not questioning, oh, was this really a black blog site? Based off of politics. They're basing it off of Sexy Red and my booty holes brown, and oh, this can't be a blog site. No, you guys are not. For example, Megan Good and her dude, what's his name? The black guy that was in all that controversy.
Yeah, I can remember
Prime
this.
example, they showed another actor giving Megan Good a huge hug, and they went out there and was like, oh, he disrespectful. He didn't even dap her man up, this, that, and the other. And I went on there and was like, first of all, I highly doubt that. I'm sure he did. Y'all just only showing a snippet. They had to soon after come back and show that he did give her man a hug first, right?
Mhm.
To bring it back to Biden. They showed Biden's introducing President Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, as President Putin. Okay, I understand. Then they come back and show um, Biden. Uh, he referred to Vice President Kamala Harris as whoever, right?
Mhm.
You're exposing these things, but you're not showing the whole debate, and you're not giving him grace. And that's fine. Yes, he's gapping. He's older. He's
Right.
gonna fall off bikes. He's going, like I said last week, I don't care if he's sucking 3 meals through a straw. I'm gonna vote for him before I vote for a convicted orange man
Right.
and horrible do not fashion Maybelline makeup. Okay. And I'm gonna say that 12 times over. The point is these black blogs have no conscience. And
Right.
they're also gonna be the demise of why our young people who latch onto every single article that they post damn near are so uneducated. That's why people question if they really are black behind that. And then they say, well, it's ran by white people. But then the next thing is, oh, it's ran by Nigerians. I don't care who the hell is ran by, ran through, ran up to. I don't care. When are people going to prioritize research over me search?
Right.
When are we going to learn how to educate ourselves based on reading bills and laws and like all this stuff versus just reading blogs and
Right.
looking at satire and worrying about Jaguar Wright or how many diapers this holding wore today? Who cares? Why are we not prioritizing things that really truly affect us?
Right.
That's what upset me today.
I,
You
I'm
know,
upset about it all the time. I
I
mean,
know, but I just, it's a lot going on, Sonny.
it
I'm
is.
upset about a lot of stuff lately.
Go
But
ahead.
yeah, yeah. So sorry about that. What's going on, W1? What do you think? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come up here and take over the panel.
That's okay.
I was just
Oh no,
upset.
I totally agree with you on what you just said. But no, Sonny and I we've been talking about this for years. What you just spoke of, I think what it narrows down to is media representation and control. So I think historically, mainstream media has often portrayed Black people in a negative light, focusing on crime, poverty, fights at the mall, and other negative aspects while kind of neglecting the positive stories and achievements. I think today's Black social media outlets sometimes mirroring mainstream media patterns may I don't know mistakenly amplify these negative portrayals. So I think it's about media control. And by the way, these bloggers, even black owned or black focused media platforms may struggle with external pressures such as advertising. They got to worry about advertising. They have to worry about audience expectations. They want those unenlightened teenagers or grown adults clicking and viewing their content. And that also might skew content towards sensationalism. I call them agents. That's my toy word for them. The Breakfast Club and whomever, those folks, I think they're agents of sensationalism. And the best way to get them out of your mind, get them out of your family, get them out of your house is don't look at them.
I agree.
I
It's
agree.
hard not to though, but we I go to X, formerly known as Twitter, every day, just to see what's going on. And I can't, the hate that is spewed over there, I have to like tune it out and keep going. And I get up, I walk away because they post a lot of real live stuff on there because he allows anything on there except Elon Musk is who I'm speaking of. He allows anything on there except talking bad about him. So you get a lot of information over there, and you're getting information from both sides. And it's things that I don't even see in mainstream of media. Did I say mainstream of media? Mainstream media that I see on X. So I find a lot of information over there, and it's the same as going to TikTok. So you're going to get a lot of information from TikTok too, but it's within so many seconds, I guess. So I just scroll through there sometimes. So I'll see something, then I'll go and I'll research it, and then I'll go to TikTok to see if I can find a video or, you know what I'm saying, or more information about what I'm researching. Mainstream media, what I'm realizing now,
Mm-hmm.
what I did not realize before with this
Yep.
whole Joe Biden stuff, is how they are being controlled by the same entities that control Fox News. So
Yep.
they don't like none of us. I don't care. Before I was like, CNN, cool. They got rid of Don Lemon. I said, is something going on, right? Where Don Lemon can't speak his mind, where before it was okay for him to speak his mind, right? So now Don Lemon can't speak his mind. So now he has to have a YouTube channel. And I thought something is off. But whatever. They just don't like Don Lemon because Don Lemon can be a little, too much. But it wasn't
That
that
was
way.
a huge indicator for me. I was like, oh, the person that just took over is not just about silencing Don Lemon. There was the dude before that, the white guy, Smirkanish, that
I didn't
got
know who
removed.
owned. Yeah, I don't know who owned CNN prior.
No, the other reporter that got taken off before Don Lemon. It was either before Don Lemon or right after.
Who?
Smirkanish, the egghead dude, he was very analytical, but a great dude. He would show a lot of times on Sunday, the white guy. They removed him too, and I'm like, well, okay, well, I see why you removed Don, because I like Don, and I like the mayor's brother. I forgot his name.
Cuomo.
The white who Cuomo. I
Yeah.
liked him too, but I understood why they removed Cuomo. I get it. He
Yeah.
got caught up in controversy.
Yeah.
Don Lemon, I was a little shocked by. I was like, he a little too boisterous. That's
Yeah.
when I started paying attention to who took over CNN. Then they got rid of Smirkanish, I believe was his name.
I don't know who
And
that
he
is.
was the one that was like really breaking down things. Like, and I was like, this is not a progressive minded or even democratic minded person that took
No.
over a group, right?
And so, yeah.
I was like, then sure enough, they're more conservative minded. I was
They're
like,
more conservative minded. Yep.
yep,
And then you find out because when I'm watching, so there's something that is up with this whole going after Biden because they're going after Biden too hard because
they
Fox
are.
News is over here. They windmill for Donald Trump until they got sued. Right? They were windmilling.
Correct.
They didn't care. He could tell whatever lie he wanted to. They were just windmilling for him, and then they got sued. Now, after the debate, it became this. I was like, oh, it's way more. You had a debate. You didn't check. You didn't even come after you had the debate and fact check Donald Trump. So I
At
thought that
all.
was weird at all. It was
At
like, well,
all.
it's too time consuming, and you all should, you just, you know, we know that he's lying, but it's just too kind of time. It's hard doing a debate, and so it's time consuming. No, you need to fact check this fool. I don't care if it's a. I don't care how time consuming it is. You're looking at Joe Biden really straight up lose his mind because he's like, this dude is just lying. I can't even take anymore. You know what I'm saying? And
How
he
do
didn't.
you debate that? Right.
How do you debate that? And I knew I was just like, Joe Biden, just cuss him out. But Joe Biden knew I can't cuss this fool out because then they're going to look at me. Well, that wasn't very democratic of Joe Biden to sit up there and go after him. And I told my husband, I said, then if he debates him next time, whoever is over there telling Joe Biden what to say and how to say, you know, keeping his mind, trying to keep his mind together on the issues, screw the issues. I say, come up there, let that old man speak his mind. Because when old men talk, old people talk, they tell you the truth.
You better listen.
And you better listen. And they should let him come out there. Just go out there and speak your mind, Joe. Be yourself, Joe, like you were sitting down at a restaurant, smoking a cigar and drinking some whiskey or whatever. Just go out there, speak your mind, and tell the truth. And that's it. And let people know, you know what? I'm going to tell you what I did for this country. F this fool over here. Because he ain't did a dang, I mean, he did nothing. I'm going to tell you what I've done. And I'm going to tell you what it is. Because I'm about to be real. Joe Biden needs to come out raw and just get him behind. And see, I think then when he does that, he'll gain more respect from the younger people. Because you're looking, they're trying to, we can't win. We can't win. We need the voters. You have old school voters. You have old people that said, I'm coming out because, first of all, I know that this man, Trump, is trying to take my Social Security. I need my Social Security check, right?
Yeah.
While I go to work at Walmart as a door greeter. I'm talking about poor white people. They need that extra income.
It ain't just that, Sonny.
You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes, because Black people are going to struggle and people of color are going to struggle, but poor white people are going to struggle just as hard. So they need to understand all these Trump supporting, the ones that's living paycheck to paycheck, trust and believe you're going to struggle if that man get in office. Just because the color of your skin, it don't mean a thing that man don't care about anybody but himself. And he's going to implement that agenda of Project 2025. Don't think that you're going to be much better because those jobs are not going to go to you. Just like they're not going to go to Black people, they're not going to go to poor white people. They're going to give it to the people that they like the best. It's going to be middle-class white American people who have an education. That's what it's going to be. If you look back in the 80s, when Black people were standing in the 70s, in the 80s, when Black people were having a hard time getting a job, when Ronald Reagan was in office, baby, that's fact. So they were killing off our community with the drugs. And it was hard for Black people to get jobs.
Well, and yeah, absolutely. And I went to, my daughter was like, Mom, can I have something different? I guess she didn't like what the hell I cooked a day ago. So she was like, well, since you're out, you're by Burger King, can you get me whoop, whoop, whoop? And I was like, oh, fine. So she is like anti-vegetables right now. She think I'm trying to turn her vegetarian, but whatever. That's not the point. Anyway, so I was like, you know what? Fine. I'll get you a little Burger King. That's it. So I go to Burger King and place the order. And it's this Black older lady. She had to be like mid-70s. And she was so bright-eyed and bushy. She was like, how you doing, baby? I was like, I'm good, ma'am. How are you doing? Like, you know, we just had like chit chat while she like ran my card and everything. And as soon as, and she said, look, she folded up the receipt when she handed it to me. She said, it's a survey on here. And if you take it, then you get a free Whopper, like next time you come. And I was like, well, I ain't, because I don't really eat Burger King. It just ain't for me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so I remember I was on the, my aunt was on the phone with me and she was on the Bluetooth and I told her to hold fast. So I said, hold fast. I got to pay for this real quick. And so as soon as I did that, boom, 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 go to the second window, I said, you know, Auntie, I said, that makes me sad because I know she retired at least 10 years ago.
Right.
And she's had to take over or come back out of retirement to do that. And I'm retired. I retired at 37 years old. Do I
Right.
have to work again? No. Do I have goals to be an attorney? Yes.
Right.
But for a second, I mean, longer than a second, I just sat there and I was like, my empathy and my compassion, I said, I wish I could take her place. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought about my own grandmother, God rest her soul. And then it turned to anger. So that's probably where it truly started today for me, Sonny. Before I read those blogs. And then to go to what W1 said, he said to basically like turn it off, right? To
Mm-hmm.
remove it from, I'm going to have to disagree with him on that. And this is why. Like I said, I'm 20-year vet. Um, in order to understand the enemy, you have to study them and observe their mentalities. You have to observe. And in the military, I've trained with psyops. I've done psychological warfare. I've done all these things, especially for my um, Afghanistan deployment, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
we were doing something different in Iraq. It was a different type of psyops for Afghanistan. Totally different terrain, whatever, and a very uneducated demographic compared to those in Iraq. Iraqis are far more educated than Afghans.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
so, absolutely. And so we had to do psychological warfare. We had to get creative. We had to use paper and print, and we had to do pictures. We couldn't, and I had to learn how to speak Pashto and Kandarian, for Kandahar. I had to learn how to speak Arabic and do certain things, but they didn't have a written per se. They didn't have a written textology, or
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, across different regions of Afghanistan. And so that's where I'm going to disagree. And so yes, do not consume yourself with such foolishness. However, I am not a Fox News watcher, but I'm going to watch it. Why? Because I need to understand why these people think the way that they do, right? Why do these magatards think the way that they do? Why do these far leftist extremists think the way that they do? I've told y'all 2 weeks ago, I am more of an independent person,
Right.
thinker, right? But I'm more democratic leaning for sure,
Mm-hmm.
not Republican. And so, no, don't turn off. We can't ignore. We have got to inspect what we expect, right? And that's the way I was trained and raised up through the military ranks. Um, should I just get over consumed with it? No.
No. And I think that's what he was trying to say. Don't get over consumed.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably what he meant to say.
Yeah.
Like, hey, when it gets to that point where you like, okay, now you starting to get frustrated, beyond normal levels, turn
Yeah,
that
you got to
trash
shut it
off.
down. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say this to
So.
you,
Mhm.
Stacey. When I was your age, I did the same thing. I
Mhm.
would say the same thing. If you have to understand who you're dealing with, and so trust me, I read about skinheads. I was reading about all kinds of things like that. So I would be aware of the people that I'm dealing with
Yeah.
especially coming from the South. You know what I'm saying? So I
Absolutely.
understand completely what you did. But once I understood it, you got to shut it down, baby, because you will get angry and you will say, you're either going to say, why do they hate us so much? Because I used to say that. Why do certain people hate Black people so much? What is it about people of color that they hate? And it just dawned on me one day, oh, because they're jealous. It's a jealousy in there somewhere. They hate on you because it's something that you have and that they want, that they need. And so all this stuff coming out about, Black people uh, uh, inventing all these things, during Black History Month. First of all, this country right now, where we living in, right now. Black people, the slaves that came on the slave ship came here. They invented, the ancestors of those slaves invented just about everything that you use today. Everything. I remember 2 years ago, hey, Mel and YC, sorry, 2 years ago, I was a black woman invented the toilet. She invented some, I think it was a flushing part of the toilet. It was invented by a black woman. I can't remember her name because I'm not good with remembering stuff. And I'm going through the change. I just want to put this disclaimer out there that my memory today is not as good today. It's not, I have good days, I have bad days. I'm just like Joe Biden. But nonetheless, the buildings that you walk in, old historical buildings, black people built those buildings. And I'm sure it's architects because they come from Africa, right? So even music today. Now I get frustrated sometimes listening to music, and I see this a new song out with the little white boy singing. I don't know his name, Richmond something. Everybody doing a little TikTok dance to him. It's a cute little jam, it's jamming, whatever. But I turned to my husband and I said, "You see this right here? Without black people being here, what would they be doing? What would they be listening to? What would they be doing?" And I'm not saying that the boy that has the 2 hit songs out, I'm a Millionaire, whatever the song is, that's a hit right now. I'm not saying that he's not talented. But what I am saying is without the soul of the slaves that were singing the gospels and the hymns back in the day that turned into blues music, that turned into jive music, that turned into hip hop, that turned into disco, what would white people be dancing to? The violin, because you ain't gonna be dancing to the banjo, because once again, country music comes from old spiritual music. Just saying. What would y'all be dancing to if you got here, white folks? I need to know. Go ahead.
That's a fact. Hey, Mel.
Hey, Stacey. Hello, ladies. I you know what? I was on the train when you first came on, and so I couldn't really get up here as fast.
I showed up late, honey. I get it.
Yeah, it's hot, and it was just a long day. But I wanted to come in real quick and say, you know, I'm still puzzled. First, I was going to say about the music. I think I was watching a TikTok. You talk about TikTok, where they were showing the people come over from, you know, England, whatever it was, and that the music they probably would be listening to is that kind of stuff that they sing during those ceremonies in England, where they do all that kind of, you know, pomp and circumstance, and it sound like they screaming or whatever. That's the music that they had. So when we got into the outhouse, the field, or whatever, we would clicking the pots and pans and shaking and doing. I'm like, oh my gosh, whoa, you know, they got the rhythm, they got this, and then next, you know, then as you said, the birth of it. I was watching something about that because I was curious too. I said, well, what kind of music was it before this time? And it was just basically hymns and things that from England or whatever. So it didn't sound good. We put the hot sauce on the music, and that's how, you know, that's how we got the flavor. But what I was going to say, it's still crazy to me that the news, that most of the news after this debate, they are still questioning and putting it out there that they are wondering why Joe Biden wouldn't step down. And I'm just thinking, why wouldn't that energy be the same way on all the channels for Trump? And why wouldn't it be the question of the century? Why wouldn't this man who had 34 convictions, and also with something allegedly came out with Epstein and all, why would this person who is a dredge on society, who is the scum of the earth, who is the bottom of the barrel, who came from the pits of hell, who probably is Rosemary's baby, why would he not want to be taken out the race? That's what I'm like, because I don't, as I said before, excuse my French, I don't want nothing to happen to Biden. I wouldn't give a damn if the man was in a medically induced coma. I would still vote for him because he would have more brain cells in a medically induced coma than Trump has currently, in my opinion. So, you know, for me, I'm still puzzled that the narrative of the story is that this man who is saved lives, you know, because we came in we was under attack from the virus, that, you know, that the other idiot let go wild. So he saved our lives, and I still think those people should come out and talk to the American public. And why wouldn't that be the thing? You know, the man made a couple mistakes or whatever, but he ain't making the mistakes on the paperwork at the desk. He's not hiding the paperwork under the in the bunker and then in the attic somewhere and doing all type of stuff that Trump was doing. He doing the business that he's supposed to do for that he's done for years. And again, also too, I don't believe in the perfect politician. I don't think they exist. Even Bernie Sanders was imperfect. Nobody is perfect. But as I said before, I'm voting for sanity at this time, because this country is insane. And I want to vote for somebody who's, I don't give a damn what they see now. I want them to be sane. I'd rather have a sane person than a lunatic in office. So, yeah, I'm confused why they just so focused on that. I mean, we're missing the lead, I would tell the news people. We're missing it. I heard what you was saying, too, about going into the different sectors. Miss Sunny, she knows this. I used to have fun when I had time to go into the call-in shows in a very, very conservative part of different places, whether it be radio show stuff. And I had a good time with those people because I would call in. I said, I'm a gay black man living in New York City. They clutched their pearls and we had a dance. We had a good time. So I did that. But what I learned from a teacher of mine is that when you engage with toxic information, you want to put your brackets up. You want to put the brackets right on up, and you don't want to be passive when it comes to toxic information or toxic news. You want to be very serious about it. Make sure you put a time clock there, almost like I think it's a Pomodoro thing I used to use when I was studying when I was in school. Where you just put that time clock there, and now you're focused. You're zero focus on information. Make sure you get it from a good source, and then you turn it off. You just go away. But you definitely have to engage almost for your own safety and safety of your family. You don't want people to go to a different state and have a whole hot mess going somewhere that they don't know, they're not informed. So we as Black people, unfortunately, like back in the day with the Green Book, where the people compiled a book where they would tell you where to travel safely without the Klan getting you. We have to definitely look at this information very in small doses so we can protect ourselves. So I heard you say a lot of good things, and unfortunately I wasn't here a long time, but those are my little bullet points. I'm happy that you did a live, but I was going to say too, the audio. I'm not sure if it was copyright because I know a couple of people I've known. They have this issue when it comes to StreamYard. It's just like a button on the thing that sometimes you push the button or whatever but you keep playing with it and it'll allow you to stream, the live streams.
Oh, really? Because W1 said it was copywritten. Because remember, at first you could hear the sound, and I heard double. We were hearing double, and what happened was I had another link playing at the same time by accident. So that's why I went and I turned it off, and then you could hear it. And then W1 said no, because you were streaming, it wasn't supposed to be streaming. I think it was copyrighted. You know what, too? You remember with the Giant Depp trial, many people would not the people who blew up, they blew up out their mind, but some other channels, they found a source, and you use this too, actually, because you did a couple live streams that was very successful. When you find like a public access place where they're streaming something, that might be safer to put on your channel, because if it's like a major CBS, whatever, you never know, it could be. But it's a lot of public access links that you can put up, and it won't give you that problem with the copyright, but you keep playing with it and it shouldn't have no issue. Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna cut that part out anyway. I'll just rename it, whatever. Look, but yeah, what you were saying earlier was so Stacey, we were talking about that because now what happened is like CNN has been bought out by, I think W1 said, put it here.
I think Warner Brothers,
something like that.
Yeah, Warner Brothers, I think, was the latest, but they
Time
got
Warner. It was a Time Warner. AT&T merged together with Time Warner, and so what you have now is you have Trump supporters that run those companies, run CNN. So they're not. They're playing let's go after Joe Biden instead of going after Trump. Because, those are the donors. I think those are some of his donors, possibly. I'm not going to, this is alleged. I don't know if they're his donors, but I know they support Donald Trump. And so we were saying earlier that they're doing that. So now they're coming back. So they have Joy Reid. She's now talking about Donald Trump. And there's another Black woman that's on CNN. She's talking about Donald Trump and Project 2025. But they're not really digging deep in it. And they had to do that because Taraji P. Henson went on BET, which is another owned by another white company, I think Disney. And I think we talked about this last time, Stacey. But she came out and she had to say something. And I was like, thank God she said something, because no one knew what it was. And so when she said it, it skyrocketed as on the search engine. And so now you have all these people like, what the heck is Project 2025? What is it? So the last time we were here, some Learning to Love Myself said, in some black YouTubers are saying, oh, it's not going to affect us, so we're not worried about Project 2025. And I said, no, you need to worry about Project 2025, because it's going to affect Black people more than anybody. People of color, it will affect us more than anyone. So now DL Hughley has come out today, because George Clooney saying that Joe Biden needs to step aside. And George Clooney said, I find it not George Clooney, but DL Hughley said, I find it very interesting that George Clooney is sitting here talking about how Joe Biden needs to step down because he doesn't think he's old. And because he writes this op-ed about, oh, I love you, Joe, but you need to step aside. But nowhere in that op-ed did he make a statement about Project 2025. He said, I find that very interesting, because it's not going to affect white men. It will be affecting people of color.
Mm-hmm.
The most.
I forgot what channel. Yeah, I was gonna say. Mm-hmm.
And so that should be for these bloggers, to sit out here and say it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect us. Oh, they should have it. It will be a domino effect. It will affect you too. Just like Stacey came and said about education, because she was riled up about it. You should be riled up about it. I'm riled up about it. I'm just trying to control, because normally last time before, when I used to come out here, Mel, me, I would be going in.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to learn to, I can't let my emotions get the best of me, because I'm trying to give you all facts. And I feel like if I stay calm, you hear me better when I'm speaking calmly, instead of going in cussing Trump out, because that's what I was doing before, going in, because I'm worried, I'm angry. I'm not mad, I'm angry at Black people and people of color who go support a racist that's blatantly racist in your face. In your face racist. And the one thing that you have to say about Joe Biden is, well, he said, if you vote for Trump, you ain't Black. Y'all remember that? Or you say, I can't vote for Kamala because she put all these people in jail, but she put the Black man in prison. But what were y'all doing? I mean, she just didn't go say, lock them up, lock up the Black people just because they're Black men, lock them up.
Right. What I was going to say too, because I'm going to drop down, but I wish I remember the podcast, but it was so powerful for me. When I was listening to it earlier on lunchtime, it was so powerful. I wish I remember, but the person said that during before the civil rights movement, of course, when we had the signs where they say, Blacks only, whites only, that those signs still exist, but they're invisible now.
Right.
And maybe the sign might be a little bigger and not say Blacks, might say people of color or immigrants, and add more to things to people who are under attack. So we're gonna make that sign bigger about the people who they feel should not get a good life, go to bed happy, and all that kind of stuff. It was a really good conversation. Also, when you take a man or a woman's hope away, now the people who are under attack when it comes to hope, as you described, the African American people of color, we make that list. What happens to those people? They don't get better jobs. They have issues. They have depression, all that kind of stuff. And then what happens to them? They end up being pushed right into the prison system or into these minimum wage jobs. So, okay. I was going to say, so what happens is they become almost like a free labor a little bit. So you're not going to be creative to do your own business and stuff like that. You're so stressed out because you're not getting into the colleges. You're being pushed out. You can't get the loans in your community to get your own little stores. So those kind of people are now being pushed almost psychologically into these positions of being almost a servant to the country. And you're working for people who I guess Trump and the Heritage Project believe should be the leaders. So if you're not being pushed up to be a leader, because now they mess with the colleges and mess with all stuff. And also, if you are a person of color, whether you're a black person or whatever, and you have, you now they're telling you specifically that, and especially if you're a woman, that we don't want you to have control of your health, or but one of the
Right.
major parts. So if all that's happening, and we have to remember, there's a group of people in this country who don't have these struggles and concerns, so they're gonna thrive. So the
Right.
people who are not thriving in this new world will then be almost like a target to be either put into jail or get into these jobs or get into debt, push out their houses, homeless. So that there's a really bleak thing if you're not really if you, God willing, you have enough going on, and you have enough things. So now it's almost like this thing where you're being pushed into not slavery. I won't say that, but it's to that level where you have to take that little thing in Amazon. You have to do this kind of stuff, and now those are leaving. So that was a really eye-opening thing. It was almost like an invisible slavery that he was equating that heritage project to, which is this is step one. If you take away the man or woman's hope, if you take away their hope and their opportunities, what other opportunities do they have, as you said in the 1980s? If you're
Hmm.
not creating your business, and if you can't get the loan, if something is happening, if you're on YouTube, okay, as you said a couple of years ago, you say the same thing that sometimes other people who are not black and brown, you have some issues. Other people don't. They can be as loud. They can show the most crazy stuff, and they don't have the issues. So that's what I think is really going on here. So people don't understand that basically, even if you're working, so you have a business now. Now you may get taxed harder because of you're not connected to whatever. So now your business is in trouble. Maybe you work at the hospital. Now they want to push you out or something. So everything that you think is gonna keep you safe, trust me. Oh, I'm a roast. Other people said they can take it away within a snap of their fingers if they
Yeah.
want to.
If they want to. If they
So,
want to.
so the the reason why I asked you to stay up here, Mel, because
Mhm.
you and Sonny, y'all were at least teenagers, I assume, uh, during the '90s, correct?
Oh yeah. Well, I was still a
Or
kid, but yeah.
well, yeah. So I was a kid. I was a teen, a kid. I was born in '84, so I'm sure y'all were born before me, right? So, right? I don't want to assume.
Yeah, I was born in 71.
I was
Okay, all
I
right,
was
I
all
was
born
in
right.
my
Okay,
20s in
cool.
the 90s.
I was in the 80s.
Yeah,
I was born in the 80s.
my oldest brother was born in. Okay, well then, Sonny. My oldest brother was born 1970. My
Mhm.
girl, my woman, was born in 1970. Oddly enough. Um, and then there's a bunch of us, right? So anyway, I'm an '84 baby, but I recall certain things all throughout the '90s. But obviously, when you're a preteen, you ain't really checking for life like that. You just like, dude, can I get boom, boom, boom? I was hype about my little pager, my beeper, and my Nokia phone. Okay,
And
I ain't care about nothing.
Stacey in the Nike cross trains, right?
Okay,
Right.
listen,
Mm-hmm.
listen. Yeah. And so for me, so this is why I wanted y'all to stay up here because I am so sick of especially our community talking about the 1994 crime bill. And this is why. Because Biden and Kamala Harris and like all of them, well, I'll say Biden because Kamala Harris, she DA, like all this stuff, I understand when everyone fails to forget how terrible the 80s and the 70s crack epidemic was, how the people were the ones that were begging for change. When you elect a senator, a congressman, whoever, to represent your constituency base, they are failing to forget that he may have been the main orchestrator of that bill, but it was based off of the people's desires.
Right.
People have an opportunity, and a good, sane, compassionate people will understand the errors in their ways.
Right.
Biden made a decision based off of his constituency. No different than Kamala Harris when she was elected to represent her constituency in the law enforcement realm and the DAs and like all this stuff, chief executive prosecutor, whatever. We base our I hear my daughter coming down, so if she interrupts, I apologize. I just let her know. But the issue is that people have short memories, or hey babe, yeah. They told me to wait till tomorrow. Let's do it at 10. All right. My apologies, y'all.
That's okay.
So my bunny rabbit's sick. So anyway, um, so yeah, so people have short memories. And then the majority of people that are talking about, well, he locked up all these black people and Kamala Harris, and they ain't for black people, but they weren't even alive back then. Lord have
Right.
mercy. This plane flying over my crib right now. Is it too loud, y'all? Can y'all
No, no,
hear
no,
me?
you're fine.
Okay,
Hmm.
it's actually a military helicopter. It's not a plane.
Okay.
So anyway, so the thing is, and that's what I hate about second, third, fourth hand uh, information,
Right.
right? Here, it's almost like hearsay.
Right.
Actually, it is. And so y'all talking all this like crazy math, fanatical type craziness, and you don't even understand that these elected officials are doing what their constituents want.
Want them to do.
Sometimes, as we can see today, they actually go against their constituents, but that wasn't the case in the 1994 bill. So many people were getting unalived. So many people were dealing, and then you're still reeling from the crack epidemic and this, that, and the other, Sonny. And I'm sure you can touch on that for sure. And
Hmm.
so it was affected. I mean, my family was affected. We had two people that were married in my family with HIV. They
Hmm.
died or unalive, were unalived instantly because of that,
Hmm.
right? Had to adopt their kids out to our family, everything. And so it's like the part that irritates me is that people um, don't realize, or maybe it's cognitive dissonance, that they refuse to acknowledge that somebody from 1994 could change their whole mentality based off of experience decades later and change their mind and come back and say, you know what, when I put together and crafted this bill, I realize now in 2020, 2024, that it was harmful to the Black community.
Hmm.
People lack that capability, or maybe it's just a refusal, that cognitive dissonance too. You refuse to accept that someone can change their mind, but let it be your favorite rapper. And
Right.
they say that I don't eat shrimp or crawfish my whole life. And then, but this week I decided I was going to eat octopus, crawfish, shrimp, all the crab boils, everything. So now it's okay if your favorite rapper do it.
Right.
But the vice president, now president, he can't change his ideologies and realize that he may have made the wrong mistake. Kamala Harris can't come back and say decades later, I regret what the hell I did.
Right.
I can't stand that type of condemnation within our community, you know.
I agree.
And
100.
so that's why I wanted Mel to stay up here to
Yeah.
see his thoughts. And then obviously Sonny, you're older than us. So yeah, so I'm gonna shut up now.
No, 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 no. Listen, you were good. You know, I was going to say too before I go down. I love it. I actually love it. I was when you were saying it, Stacey. I was thinking about Miss Nene, who I love. And I remember when she was having an issue with Claudia. She said, "I don't want you to tell me about that. I want you to tell me what's now." I said, "Okay, Miss Nene." So basically, that's what I feel. I feel. Listen, whatever happened, I don't give. Excuse my French. I don't give two craps what happened 4 years ago. As I said, not to the people that talk about what's happened in 1980s or whatever. Um, All I care about is now. That's it. All I care about is the virus that happened when he first got in office. I care about all the stuff that's happening now. I really don't care about what happened before. And I also want to say, I mean, Joe Biden is not my daddy. He's not my father. He's not like the person I love. He's basically the best person on the ballot for me. That's just what it is. As I said, I'm voting for sanity. I wish there were people that were younger. I wish there were people who were a little more fluid when it comes to politics. So I think that at this point, a lot the way that Biden and Trump and people like them, you know, we have a divide in this country. So maybe after this election, hopefully he wins, we can now start, you know, preparing the next batch of people who are not like the MAGA people. That's what my hope is. You know, whatever happens in the election, that we really get the next Obama or get the next, I don't know, just somebody who really has that passion and doing good stuff. I'm trying to think of somebody in New Jersey or somebody. I've been watching a couple of new people.
You mean Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, I think maybe, or even this guy in Maryland. Actually, he's been having a really good time in Maryland. This man, everybody seemed to be having a good time with him. I forget what he's doing down there, but yeah, that's what I think. I just think that when it comes to Biden, he's definitely better than Trump, and yeah, I don't really. Go ahead, Stacey.
Oh no, I was listening. Sorry, at
Yeah.
the wrong
No.
button.
I totally agree with you, Mel. You know, Stacey. Of course, I grew up in. I was born in the 70s, but I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s because that was my time. You know, but I remember very vividly of the crack epidemic and how it affected people because we used to see it all the time. The crime rate was high, and you know, and especially in inner cities, it was just bad living. I mean, I didn't grow up in, you know, in inner cities like Detroit and places like that, but it was bad everywhere. It affected millions of people. And so I understand why people wanted something done. Nobody, you know, nobody wanted to go around getting mugged or, you know, killed behind crack. You know what I'm saying? And you losing family members. And it was bad. It was a dark time. And people had a hard time trying to get jobs. And like I said, Black people had a hard time getting jobs. But in the 90s, it started getting better when what's that dude? George Clinton got elected in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
It started getting better because now you have like the bubble burst.
Yeah.
And so you had the .com era. And people started everything was so much better under a Democratic president. Hello, by the way. But during Reagan and Bush era, it was horrific. And it was a lot of crime and it was really bad. And so when Joe Biden and Kamala did what they had to do, because like you said, they are appealing to their constituencies. And so they had to do that for the people. And a lot of those people were Black people that wanted change, wanted the crime to be handled. It was Black people. So when people sit around, and it's usually Black men who can't stand Kamala because she put all these Black men in prison. How dare she do it? You know, and when I talk to people today, and you know, I don't want Kamala because what she did in the 90s to the Black people in California and blah, blah, blah. It's just like, what I'm trying to understand is what you went to jail. It's not like Kamala picked you off the corner and said, put him in jail because he's Black. What crime were you committing? You just don't go to jail. They just don't just wasn't putting you in jail, just be putting you in jail. What were you doing? What were you doing? I went to jail for you know, weed. Okay. You know, there was a lot of people that went to jail for just a $5 crack rock and served some time because they were buying the crack, not selling the crack, buying the crack. So when you start looking at how crack got into your communities and nobody's saying anything about it, but you blaming the person that's putting these people in jail, you know what I'm saying? You getting mad at Kamala, you getting mad at Joe Biden.
Yeah, but you know what I was going to say too, and also
I'm getting because I had to calm down. Go ahead, Mel.
No, I was going to say you may have like the points I was going to say. Also, that's also a reason why in certain communities it does feel life and death because the last time Trump was in office, so many people perished because of the virus who happened to be in the Black and brown community because we were the ones susceptible to the report said that. Now, when you talked about, I didn't really remember that much about that time. I was born in the 80s, but yes, that also under Reagan and stuff like that, a lot of people got caught up or got in prison or perished because of the conditions of the communities, because of these. So when African Americans think about politics, as strange as it sounds, it does feel life and death based on the votes you make. Because under Republicans, it wasn't just about having no jobs; it was about the difference between waking up in the morning,
Mhm.
with the way those kind of rules and regulations and those laws that were passed and were doing for the communities. It was that deep. And with Trump, we had just a tip of it when he was leaving. Those choices he was making, he didn't read the reports. It really didn't matter. The same thing when it comes to a black woman's having birth. That's still an issue that we're not really covering too. That's too high right now. That most black women who are not allowed to, if they have a medical issue with abortion and stuff like that, if they go full term, they also have to face the racism of the doctor. They have to face this people just treating them, pushing them anywhere. So it's a lot of stuff. So it is really life and death for a lot of people in the community. It really is. And
It
I
is.
think that for me, that's why I'm voting too. I'm voting. Thank you to God. I don't have any medical issues, stuff like that. I'm voting for my sister. I'm voting for my aunt. I'm voting for, it's that deep. It really, I don't. It really is so crazy to say it, but under Republicans, you do feel like your life well. Under some people in the past, under Trump, it feels like your life is in peril, is in total peril. So yeah.
It it is, and um, for example, my father. So Coleman A. Young was the first African American mayor in Detroit, and he held office from 74 to 94.
Mm,
And my father was a massive community leader, and he was like really good friends with him. That's how I know personally so many senators and congressmen and women, all that stuff. And outside of my military career, I know a lot more. Like one of the congressmen or Senator Debbie Stebanoff goes to my church, right? And
Mhm.
she was very good friends with my father. Um, but I remember when I was growing up, Detroit's a major black city, like all black city, majority black city. And we've had, when Coleman, Mayor Young was in office, like he brought so much business, it was flourishing. It was like all this stuff going on. But then they were like, oh, you should never gave them niggas money, right? And so then you got to deal with corruption and this, that, and the other. But then you have all these suburbanite officers coming to work for DPD, for the Detroit Police Department.
Mhm.
And now you got racial riots. And my mother was a part of the riots in the 60s. And then even beyond, my mother was a part of a bunch of riots. But the civil rights era and like all that stuff, right? And
Mhm.
so my father worked very hard with Coleman A. Young, mayor type, to bring change to the city prior to corruption taking over. And even after his, the death and like all that stuff. Um, the crack epidemic was so profound and it was so disgusting at the same time. And my father, God rest his soul, he fought. He chose to serve. He uh, was a massive coordinator for like the Capuchin soup kitchens, this, that, and the other.
Mhm.
And he served the community. We didn't have to live in the inner city. My daddy said, no, we will,
Mhm.
because we're not going to be better than anybody else. So we grew up very humble
Right.
along with everybody else. And we lived in a hood and this, that, and the other. And I used to be like, why? And it didn't take me, my father raised us in the soup kitchens and doing this, that, and the other and working. I'd be like, dang, I'm only like 6 years old. Why am I next to these people and they drug addicts? I mean, needles still in the arms, like this, that, and the other. But I grew up with a sense of humbleness and empathy and compassion. I raised my daughter like that. Now, am I going to have her around needles and stuff? No. But
Right.
today is very much different than it was in the 80s and 90s, right? I also
Is
have to
it?
carry a weapon on me, this, that, and the other, and every time I go back home in certain environments. The point is that my father worked with many um, local activists, this, that, and the other, to make change. And the problem, just I keep saying Gary Chambers' name in Louisiana, because I'm not from the South. I'm from up north, raised Detroit, New York, like, and everywhere else. You know, we can't get our Black community to step up and see that it is not just a presidential election that matters. We have a problem that our people weren't facing 30 years ago. 30 years ago, they could rally people to vote, right? To some extent, I venture to say even better than what it is now, even with the crack epidemic. There is a disconnect, how do you say, damn it, this word tore me up. Generationally, there we go. That word tore me up last week, Sonny. You were supposed to help out. But um,
I'm
there's a
always, I have difficulties too sometimes. I'm like, how I pronounce that
listen,
word? So,
and
girl.
listen, I'm highly educated, multiple degrees, and I be tearing my own self up with these words, right? When I get too passionate, I can't say certain words. Generationally,
Generationally.
there we go. Let me slow down. Um, there's a massive disconnect, Mel and Sunny and Chat. We have got to somehow, I, I'm not even going to say that. At this point, I believe that Joe Biden is going to win the presidency, but I believe that it is going to be on the backs of Black women once again and women in general. That is my belief. However, if we don't, it is because we can't get a generational gap or divide to shrink, right? That's my belief because I'm right in the middle. I'm 40 years old. I see my elders, but then I hear the youth at the same time. Yeah, right. Fentanyl right now and Percocets is the new crack. I personally prefer crackhead because they're more productive and they last longer. I know crackheads, and they still living from the
Mhm.
80s. These Fenty heads are passing out and dropping like flies, but that's just my opinion. I don't prefer any drugs, but if I had to choose one, give me the crackhead Aaron down the street. Okay.
I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, right. It's a difference. Yeah.
It is a difference.
Mm-hmm.
It just breaks my heart because there's so much issue, and it seems like by removing books from school, particularly African American literature,
Yep.
by educating our community with things that have happened past, current, past and present, right? We are removing. It's exactly what they want in Project 25. Let's keep them uneducated.
Yep.
Let's remove that educational power because we didn't want our slaves to learn how to read. How dare they learn how to read the Bible?
Okay, stop
How
right
dare.
there.
Mhm.
Stop right there because that it right what you just said. They do not want you to be educated. Period. They are putting the Bibles in school on purpose. It's a form of control. And they will
Yes.
not be controlling the white men. They will be controlling everybody else. This is why I said the other day when I said, well, white women won't be as affected as people of color. Because a lot of those white women will be married to white men. The only thing that's really going to affect white women is voting and uh, their rights to bear children or not to bear children if if they're single women. But um, it's going. They have to worry about Roe versus Wade. They have to worry about their rights. As, uh, what's the word? Their photo rights compared to
Abortion. Reproductive.
The reproductive rights, thank you. And voting, because they're going to try to take away the voting rights from women. People of color, we got everything else to worry about. All that and then some. So civil rights, we might be sitting in the back of the bus again.
Ooh,
we don't know.
I ain't sitting, Sonny. I don't know who bus you talking about.
I mean, I'm
not
riding.
that
That's what I'm
serious.
saying. Because let me be
That's a
clear.
try.
Because let me say this. Because Jim Crow
Sorry.
laws, the simple things like driving your car and coming to a stop sign, and if a white person that came to a stop sign after you and you're not supposed to go, the law was you had to allow the white person go before you. You couldn't look a white man or white lady, woman in her eyes. You had to put your head down. You had to say yes, sir, no, sir, those type of things. And so I say all that is these are the type of things that they want to implement. They want to be they want to sit up high and look low. You're going to start having to worship these people. I mean, it's there in your face. It's little by little they're taking away your rights.
Rosa Parks.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say not in this lifetime for me. I mean, as I say all the time, I'm not going back to nobody's plantation. I will fight tooth and nail all the way down to my last breath. That's not going to happen because for me, I think about my grandparents. I think about their grandparents. I just think about all the stuff that happened to get myself here in this moment, and I'll be damned. I would never ever go back. I would be a one man person to not do that. But I actually, I would not do that. But I believe that's the part what they want. But you know what? Now we understand all these years later that when you talk about these rules in Jim Crow time about looking down, don't touch this, separate whatever, you're low, whatever. We know that is sort of the assassination of hope. That they want to just take the hope and kill it or unalive it right out of you because they know how traumatic and how devastating that is. Now, I want to say too, I actually want to say this. I have friends of all type of things, and I actually don't believe that all Trump voters are racist. I don't believe that all white people are racist. But I do believe that the people I've seen online, the people I've seen in these panels, and the people I've seen in the government, they have some major issues. And a lot of things that we're talking about now, especially the people from the Heritage Foundation, whatever they are, that is the for me the motivation. Not all people, but there's some of these people that are making these regulations. Because even in the civil rights time, they were of course good people. We call them allies now. They were good people out there. Now, for me, I don't know the Bible word for word, but I believe that there's good in man and women. I do believe that. I don't believe that we've been put on this planet to just be enduring all the type of evil or whatever. So I do believe there's good in humans itself, and that we can sort of evolve past politics, stuff like that. I believe that. But that being said, with these, I believe that the major motivation of the Heritage Project and stuff like that is to assassinate hope in groups of people, so that way they can be controllable, basically.
But I say this all the time, and I mean I have friends of all races too.
Oh, me too.
And different backgrounds, and I've traveled a lot, and I still say that it's when white people see us, they see us as other. I don't care what you say, and I love some of my white friends straight up, but I'm gonna I know what it is. So you can't and I'm not saying that they're racist. It's just a conditioning of society that has conditioned them to believe that. And I've been saying that since I was a kid. I'm literally, when you started realizing that, I grew up, my father, right, was a musician, looked like a white man from Louisiana, but he was a black man. And he used to tell us stories all the time about how he would go in with his band and he had to walk. They told him for him to walk through the front door, but his band had to walk in the back door. And my daddy would sit up there and say, "No, I'm a Nigger. I'm walking through the back door with my band. I'm not walking through no front doors." And so my daddy was 10 toes down about being black. He didn't play that. And he would tell you, "I don't play that." And so, look, like I said, I don't have you. Trust me, I'm probably one of the least racist people you're going to meet, because I think that everybody, like you said, Mel, there's good in everybody. But the fact is, the conditioning in this country has always been that white people are better. And someone said it in the chat. The whole thing with Jim Crow was make the poorest white man, make him feel better than the richest black man. I think that's what it says. Who made
Mm-hmm. Taurus
right?
here said that. Yeah.
So
No, I'm sorry. Keyshawn, I believe, said that.
was it Keyshawn that said that? So you know, and that's
One
it.
of them.
And that's just a conditioning. Nothing wrong. You know, it's wrong, but they don't know because they have been conditioned. We have been conditioned in society through commercials. Tell me, when was there a time? Because I know everybody has heard it. When they talk about a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman, they always mention, oh, the beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed white lady was snatched.
Yeah.
They never say, oh, the beautiful brunette, brown-eyed white woman. They never say that. You never.
Blonde
It's
hairs and
never
blue
been
eyes
said.
are the standard. Yeah.
It's always blonde hair, blue eyed is the standard of beauty. See,
Yeah.
that's a conditioning. So that's, oh, well, she's beautiful. Barbie, blonde hair, blue eye. Everything that the standard to beauty to America is blonde haired, blue eyes.
It's German and
It is a
European.
very German thing, right? But that's the standard of beauty. It is just now, you know, when was it, Black Power, back when the Black Panthers, then they kind of snatched that out of you. You know, I just looked at something the other day when it said Michael Jackson, they didn't even want Black people having their music on MTV, right? So Michael Jackson had to talk to his manager because the MTV was losing money. And so he talked to his manager and he said, well, I want them to play my video, Billie Jean. They didn't want to play his video. Didn't want any Black people on MTV.
You know, I was going to say, Arsenio Hall was a little before my time. I'm not sure if you remember Arsenio Hall. I was watching a documentary about
Arsenio Hall.
I was watching a documentary about him, and all the way up into the 90s, there was no, for a certain point when he was coming out, well, at least allegedly, whatever we're going to say, that Johnny Carson wouldn't allow anybody going to any of these shows. And so he only had primarily Black performers that can't play other people because they were not featured on the different channels. So it was still that segregation back then where I think I was watching Ken play, who I loved their movies when I grew up. He said, yeah, we couldn't go on any national network. When our city came out, it was the biggest thing that you can ever do for a Black artist because on I forget whatever it was, David Letterman, whoever it was back then, we simply were not there. Now they didn't say there was no Black people there, but we never showed up there. So Mary J. Blige and that kind of, I was like, wow, that was so recent. It was only like 20, 30 years ago to have that level where if you're unless you were like Sidney Poitier or somebody to that level, everybody else simply could not get up on those shows. So Arsenio basically opened the door for so many performers, and even Patti LaBelle, as she's a legend. She couldn't even go into some of those shows in the 90s, which I was like, whoa, that's
right.
It's crazy. So
that's why it's so deep, because it wasn't that long ago.
No,
my husband always said it. Some of this stuff wasn't not that long ago. It's mind-boggling because we just forget about it and we keep moving on, and we're Eminem, he's the baddest rapper, he's the greatest rapper.
Well, my god brother rap with Eminem.
So look, trust me.
So, well, Sonny, so I heard AT2 say that you know how to like edit and stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the thing. My father was actually very close to Rosa Parks. She lived in Detroit as well, and he started a library at his soup kitchen prior, like decades ago. And so I'm about to go to Detroit, and me and my daughter, like everybody's been begging me to start a channel, but I don't want it to be centered in the JAG algorithm. I'm sorry. And I've told other creators, I didn't know if I told it to you, but mine is going to be centered with my daughter to start out on the stories of homeless people and addicts and vets and stuff like that. All over, because we travel the world, me and my daughter. And so
do a vlog.
Yeah. And so I was just thinking while y'all were talking, my father that raised me, Everyone in Detroit knows my father. Well, my adopted father. My biological father, which I'm very cool with to this day. He's still living. He ain't that old. He around anyway. He's a black man. My father that raised me since I was a infant when I got adopted out is a German white man who was supposed to be a priest but got jungle fever. You dig me?
Yeah.
Got kicked out the monastery as a friar, as a monk.
Mm-mm.
But he still worked in the Catholic community, and so they still called him brother, his name. So anyway, when I say my father, that's who I talk about, is the man that raised me. That's the one that passed away. So anyway, I'm about to go to Detroit, and I was going to go to his job where he retired from, where he uh, built up, basically, where they, because he was friends with Rosa Parks, he put in a Rosa Parks um, library, and I used to tutor when I was a teenager, preteen and teenager and stuff. So I was going to, I was thinking about it like, oh, that could be my first, because I'm gonna name the channel after my father. But I'm thinking now, because he was also a huge component to a lot of political and congressional influences and stuff like that. And I can also get interviews. I think that what I'm going to do, and if you're okay with it, I'm going to go there, make a video, talk to Rosa Parks people, because he was very good friends with Rosa Parks. We've got a ton of pictures with her, whatever. I would love to send you that video, and then get the perspective of those that are homeless or got felons, because my father helped a lot of felons who got out um, get birth certificates and gain their right to vote. And so if I get this video, are you okay with me sending it to you and you just do whatever you want with it? And I
You want me
think to
to edit
gain,
it for you?
no, it could be for you. Like, to understand where people in Michigan, where Detroit, like, I don't know if it's something that you want, or, I mean, you might not even be interested. But I'm just thinking of, if I can get interviews with people who knew, because Rosa Parks is no longer here, what
Right.
their current view is
Mm-hmm.
on today's politics, because my father was very close to her. So to hear, like, from her friends, or maybe that could be something that also draws attention. You know what I'm saying? To see how
Right.
it was then and what she fought for versus now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just kind of
You follow me on IG?
I don't. I just created a IG account.
Okay, you
Um,
can
Let me
it's
write
tell
it
the
down,
people.
because I only follow, like, you, Evangelist Val, one more other person.
Oh,
What?
okay. You can follow me on the IG. That way you can call me through there.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what is it? What is it?
Tell the people.
Tell. Oh, okay.
Yeah, tell the people.
Yeah. So I want to do something I think that could also offer perspective. Is my point.
Right, right, right.
Like, Miss Parks is no longer here. She got
Mm-hmm.
robbed. My father helped her out when some knuckleheads robbed her in Detroit, bust her upside the head, all that. But my family is very close to hers. And so if I can get that and then get their perspectives, I think that would be, I would love to give that to you, you
Oh, I
know?
appreciate that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll show anything that has anything to do with politics on this channel.
Right. I mean,
And
I know it's not a lot, but I think that it will offer perspective, if nothing else,
yeah,
you know? And I
absolutely.
think that would be amazing. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. Yeah, call
Yeah.
me on IG.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see for sure. I'm going to go there. Like I said, at the end of the month, so I can, like, film, like, where it all started, how we came up with the library, all that stuff. But this is the type of what you're doing, Sonny. I
Mhm.
know you don't get as many views as you would love, but this is something that my father, and this is what drew me to you after
Mhm.
Evangelist Val, like, told me, come on over here.
Yeah.
That's why I stuck around, because what you're doing is what my father did. he stopped what they call it when white people try and take over black neighborhoods.
Yeah, yeah,
Ge- um,
gentrification.
gentrification. He
Mhm.
stopped that, and because my father's house was down the street from the mayor's mansion in Detroit,
Mm.
and so my father stopped that for decades. And they was like, "Who the hell is this white man?" He was the only white man protected by the inner city hood. Didn't matter what gang. Everybody respected him because he raised. We built a
Did they do a movie about him?
no. Not
Hmm.
that I know of, but my dad built he had a big ass basketball court
What was the
built
name of
in
your
our
dad? You sure
backyard.
nobody did a movie about that?
I'm not sure, not to my knowledge, but they knew him.
Well,
I
I was
mean,
gonna say
I would
maybe
have to
you can
ask.
research it when, or you can talk about it on your IG.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
If
So,
you
so
I
it
think
won't.
because yeah, he stopped a lot of gangs, and I know he was very instrumental. He basically brought gangs together and built a huge basketball court. And so the way that he said, don't be out here shooting each other. Come play basketball in my backyard three to
because
Okay.
I
five
could have
times a
sworn
week.
there's been a movie, maybe not about, but about a priest that is in live in the inner cities, and then he brings people together. Somebody did a movie like that, and I mean, I don't know
Hmm.
if y'all saw that, but
Well,
I've
I would
seen
love to
movies
find
like
out because to my knowledge, no. But everybody knows him as Brother Roy. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, but yeah. So I'll just leave it at that. I got your IG now. Tell the people.
that. Yeah,
Yep. Yes.
so just look it up,
Mine is
and you can call me on there on my
yeah. I
IG.
sure will.
But yeah, this, like but I always say that, it's just a matter of fact. I don't know how your father felt, but white people tend to, like I said, it's just a conditioning because we've been conditioned like that.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, trust me, I get stuff all
He
the time.
couldn't stand. He could not stand Trump, even in his dementia.
Yeah.
Okay. He was like, "Who the hell is this?" He loved Hillary Clinton while he was in dementia.
Hmm.
But he loved Obama. He loved him. And I mean loved him. And then, because Alzheimer's takes some years.
Yeah.
The last memory that I remember, I was watching American Horror Story, and everybody was all upset because that's based around Hillary and Trump. And in his dementia, he still, I don't care what you said, he might not remember his own kids. Well, he remembered me because I was always there. He remembered my mama, but not his current wife. But he remembered that he hated Trump.
Yeah.
I tell you that. That's how damn devilish Trump was.
Well, I believe that because you know what that's what I was saying earlier. You know what I feel there are certain people, it's actually a lot of people, who are totally repulsed
Mhm.
by unfair treatment of any people based on something stupid. The
Right.
idea that somebody would say, you know what, you were born a woman, so you should feel bad. You were born African American, you should feel bad. You were born in 19, whatever, you should fil bad about your age. Like those are things that you can't change. And why would you? You love yourself. So there are people of all races who are like, wait a minute, this is no, they like totally enraged with righteousness to it, and like because they know how stupid it is. So there's so many people of all from South America, America, Germany, wherever, and I like those people. Those are the people we sit around with each other all the time. So this is stupid. You may have differences on a lot of different things, but when it comes to being a human person, a human being, and just sort of seeing that kind of bully thing. Also, I would say too that it popped up in patterns in life, whether it was the depression or anything that's major. When something happens that shakes you down to your core, whether it frightens you about the flu or frightens you about your money or whatever, the next wave is always this ultra, toxic, conservative stuff. It's always, that's what we learn in school. It always happens. So I remember even during the virus, they said, "Oh, well, let's be careful because as soon as it's over, then something might pop up." And sure enough, this wave of this thing, they get very
Mhm.
afraid, and then the thing they want to do is go back 40 years to the time when they, in quote unquote, felt was the best time of their lives. We're gonna go back because we can't go too far. The reason that the world is going so crazy now is because we became too loose, we became too loving, we became too caring. That's not true. I think that we kept, first off, we weren't loving enough. That was the reason why we had these issues as far as the virus. But I think that's what sort of we're seeing now. And I was telling Miss Sunny that we're going to go right back again to a part where people are when they were with Obama, and the people like the Marjorie or whatever these people, they're going to be totally blackballed because they're on the wrong side of history, basically.
Yeah.
They're on the wrong side of history. But I think that the collaboration that you and Miss Stacey going to do behind the scenes sounds nice. It sounds basically like she's going to be an in the field reporter, going out there to get the information, and then you and her. What's Miss Stacey, what's so funny? I won't say too much with it because Miss Sunny's actually she's in the process of working on some different things, and I'm excited about. But we talk about these kind of ideas all the time. I would say, oh, this might be interesting, and I say, oh, what would Oprah do? And we just talk about different random, ideas of creativity. So when you said that, I was like, wait a minute, that me and Miss Sunny talk about just different things and stuff like that. But it sounds good. Yeah, I think that you should definitely hit Miss Sunny up, and you should just talk about what the questions, and make see if she, of course, if her schedule permits, because she's busy with so many different projects, stuff like that. But yeah, that sounds great.
I mean, compared to some people's belief, what I do all day, I drink and lay up all day. And we know that.
Lord. Not okay. Well, and this again, I'm gonna be there a short time, but every time I go there, whether I'm there a day or 3 weeks, I always go and I serve at the soup kitchen. And and those people have known, like I said, I said in the chat, my father was born during the Great Depression. Okay, he died at the age of 82 2 years ago, and so there's a lot of history there. My father turned against the norm in a German farm family he was the oldest of 18 kids. He was the first oldest male born, so there's a lot of history there. So, our family farm serviced the United States military. And so he went from the monastery to Detroit to that monastery. Was supposed to be a priest. Got jungle fever. You can't. Hey, it's a lot of beautiful women in
Well,
Detroit.
German men do love black women.
And they do. Okay.
They do.
And so he came up with these beautiful people. And and so
Go ahead.
but those connections and choosing to be a civil rights activist and these, that, and the other, that's why, and like I said, my family's got pictures with Rosa Parks, all type of stuff. I'm not going to put my family on here to dox us. However, I can go and interview, people who are now running my father's location where he used to work, and also the people the homeless and the addicts that are there, because they've known my father for decades and they still addicts. But
I
that's
think that
their
might be.
choice.
I think that might be a good collaboration. I was going to say too, and I'm going to drop down. I think for me, it's so funny. I talk about German men, like in the black community, even the LGBT, because I have had my dates or so, and they really are very, very nice. Which I guess based on history, I was nervous, like, oh, what because again, I didn't know much about that community, about that. I don't know about that part of the world, but they were very liberal, very well. At least the people I was dealing with, the ones I dealt with, and I was like, okay, and Heidi Klum, of course, she's a liberal lady too. Her family she was with Seal for a long time, and she loved that man very much so. And have a beautiful, her family, these beautiful, chocolate little babies. So I don't let the history fool you, because I was surprised, because I just thought that all of them were,
Nazis.
They're not.
Germany.
I thought they all were.
And they're
I said,
not.
oh my gosh! But it was tough. But you know what? When I talked to people from that culture, they said, we were afraid too. Not that we were going to perish, but they were out here representing us in a way that we definitely didn't believe. So we were just sort of stuck in the thing, and it was a small part of the community or of that culture that were doing these horrific things. And here we were just sort of, being dragged into history as these monsters. And we, when you learn about German history, or at least about their culture, they believe in the music, the food, the chocolate, so many things there. The art, it's not just that part, although that part was horrific. But I had a deep conversation that but yeah, it's interesting I said that, because I found that it was educational for me too, because based on the book, I was like, oh, I don't know if I could talk to. I feel it feels nerve-wracking, but it was very.
I say this: there's racism all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely,
all over the world. In America, it's by far
Very, very.
probably more so than
Yeah.
most countries, European countries. I mean, like I said, I've traveled. I've been a lot of places, and I've met some really, really, really nice people. Sweden, super,
I
super
love
sweet,
Europe. Yeah.
and super nice. Confused by what happens in America.
Mm-hmm.
They
You
think we're a
know,
joke. They think that
right?
reality TV is because I travel to Europe twice a year.
Yeah,
They think reality TV, and they think our politics are a joke.
yeah, they
They
do.
sure do.
So
Yeah, I think the
I
people.
just, huh?
I was gonna say, I think you were saying, Miss C was saying true that whenever you talk to people from that part of the world, it's true. And most of them, what I've discovered, they don't even watch TV. They read books more than they watch TV and all that
They
kind of
watch
stuff.
CNN World.
Yeah,
That
they right. They're not really into reality TV and all that kind of stuff. The TikTok and all that. They more
they
into books and music and opera and all type of stuff.
so the last time I was in Switzerland, Mel, last year, the Uber driver, and mind you, and Sonny can attest to this, their Ubers ain't like ours. Their Ubers are
Mhm.
Benzes,
Alpha Romero
BMWs,
probably. Alpha.
Teslas, okay? And so, and it's crazy because our Uber driver at the time I was in Zurich, he said to me and my people, he was like, President Trump, he said, and he talked about the grabbing him by the, you know what, and he called us the N word, and he said, we had to educate him real quick, like, hey, you can't say that. He said, well, it's like television, like an episode on television. And
Wow.
he was
Mhm.
very, and that's what he told, and we didn't take offense because we were learning from him, and that this is how Europeans view us. They're watching CNN World News. But he told us at the time, he said that it was like comedy for them.
Yeah.
It was scary for them, but
Mhm.
comedy at the same time because they couldn't distinguish what was comedy or reality.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
That's true. You know what, ladies? I'm going to drop down right now, but it was
Thank
good
you.
talking to you. And I'm going to just hope that you have a good night. And I'll see you all, I guess, again on Sunday.
On Sunday, yeah. Thanks,
Yes.
Mel.
All
I
right.
was,
Appreciate you.
I'm gonna do the same
Okay.
and drop down. Thank you. Thank you for having us up this long. I can't wait.
Absolutely.
And I forgot what I was gonna say, but we can save it to next time, child.
Yeah, you can hit me
Yeah,
up.
thank you so much and for just
Absolutely. I
bringing
love.
light to.
I enjoy
Yeah,
you coming over and talking and giving your perspective on things. You're always welcome over here.
thank you so much, and you have a very blessed rest of your week.
I will. Thank you, Stacey.
And cool off too, sis. I see you over there. All right, bye bye.
You do the same. Before I leave, I'm going to answer this question. Do you believe there would be a war if 45 doesn't win? This is what I think, Louisiana lady. I don't think that people want a war. I think a lot of it is all talk, but I do believe there will be some type of lunacy that will happen. I think there are going to be some people that's going to lose their minds, and I believe that they will, I don't think storming the Capitol is going to be the thing this time. I don't think that's going to happen because they already did that, right? So they're not going to allow that to happen again. I think there will be a lot of police out there on January 20 if Trump doesn't win. It's not going to be what it was the last time. But I do believe there will be some marching in the street because they're already marching in the street, right? They already had basically the new Klan walking in Tennessee a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, I do believe there will be some type of unrest, but I don't think it's going to be like January 6th. I don't think it's going to be a civil war. I don't think they have it in them to do that. I really don't. I think a lot of it's scare tactics. There's because at first I felt like there might be some. I think they're crazy enough to do it, but part of me, they're just talking. These people do not want a civil war. They're not. They don't have it in them. You got too many people. When the it's a name for them, but I call them the new Klan. when young boys was marching in Tennessee, the next day they had the Black Israelites marching, and it was about 300-400 of them walking in New York. You still have the Black Panthers. We had the Black Panthers out here. They marched too. So, it's like, what you want? What's it going to be? You know what I'm saying? Thank you, the Patriot Front. So I don't believe that they're going to do that. It will be some unrest. There will be some people marching in. They'll march, but I don't think they're going to do what they did in January 6th. I think they were so just because they don't want to go to jail because people got locked up. Nobody wants to go to jail behind any bullcrap. I'm serious. I don't think they are. I think they're just all trying to scare people, thinking they're scaring us because they think that liberals don't have guns. That's in their main. You got some cuckoos out there, some cuckoo crazy folks out there. As a matter of fact, I was reading, watching the CNN thing, and I was reading the comments. Like I say, I read the comments sometimes, and someone said in a comment, "You believe that liberals don't have guns? We pack guns too. And if Trump win, I might just go, not me, but someone in the comments said, I might be in the streets ready to go head to head." And I was like, these people are crazy. So it's like, you don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a civil war, though. There's going to be some people that's upset and probably marching. So, right. I mean, I hope everybody's protected. It's your Second Amendment right to do so. Okay. That's all I have to say. And now you can just do it take your license in certain states, take your license and go get you some protection. Good night, Mel. I appreciate you being up here. And thanks, Stacy, for coming up again. I want to thank W1 for showing up and coming up as well. If you know me, you know me. Like I said before, I want to make it very clear because I've been called a racist. Yeah, I'm not a racist. But like I said, I've been around 53 years, and I have experienced being called the N-word, by white people. I'm from the South. And, I understand what it's like. I've been through it. I've lived overseas. I've traveled overseas plenty of times, and I've experienced racism there too. And I always say that because it's just a fact. This is the conditioning of this country, which leads into European. When you go to Europe and people look at you a certain way now because because there's so much access to the internet, there's so much access to television. And so, only in Sweden, where when I went there, they had a whole episode, the Dateline did an episode about racism in America. And they couldn't believe that this was happening. Swedish people are some of the nicest people because they don't believe in a lot of this, and I guess because everybody looks alike. I don't know. Back then everybody was kind of looking alike. I don't know how the country has changed, but it wasn't they were just really nice, kind people. And we can sit here and say that we don't look at color, but there are colored people are all different colors. So that's like, when you say you don't look at color, that's almost, it feels like you're not seeing me as a Black person or a person of color. So you can't say I don't look at color because color is here and we ain't going nowhere. Okay. So thank you, Taurus. I'm so glad that you came. I hope I see you on Sunday, girl, because we're going to break down this Project 2025 and we'll be on number 2 because it's a lot to take in. So anyway, I appreciate you all coming over here. And if you were on the live when you said when they don't see color, it means that they do. Okay. So when the beginning of the live, you were here at the beginning of the live, there was no sound because my sound got taken off because of copyright issues. But anyway, I will be editing that out of the video, and we'll just go straight to the discussion about it. So I'm going to say this before I leave. Please go listen to our research Project 2025. Google it, find out some of the information, all the information that you can, and spread the word about Project 2025. Don't allow anyone to come to you and say that it's not going to affect anyone in this country, because it will affect everybody in this country. And like I said, especially people of color. Your civil rights are on the line if Trump is elected. Project 2025 will be the norm. I don't think he's going to step down. I think he's going to, get in there and try to change the Constitution so he doesn't have to step down. And so that's going to be an issue. Thank you, Taurus. So, like I said, on Sunday, we will be going over number 2, hopefully get into number 3. I'll see if W want to be here. And I think he will, because I think that he's passionate about this. And I want you all to just get out there, spread the word. And I want you all to get passionate about it, because it's very important. And like I said, your civil rights are on the line. This is a serious situation. Okay, so I love you guys. I will see y'all on Sunday. Y'all have a good night and a great weekend. If something pop up, I might come up again. What's the day? Sunday. I might come back. No, I probably won't. But I'll see you on Sunday, though, at 8:30. So you all, I love you guys. Y'all have a great night. And I'll see you on Sunday. And I hope Norris Tony be here, too. I'm glad you popped up, Norris. See y'all. Y'all have a nice night. Love you. Peace out.